All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and waiting patiently, as always, for the intro to finish up. I hope everybody's doing well on this Thursday. I think it's Thursday, right? I'm losing track of the date. Yeah, it's Thursday, March 19th. Am I smirking? I don't know why I'm smirking. Yeah, I don't know. Apologies, I was not able to stream yesterday. As you guys know, and I continue to repeat every stream I do. The schedule's a little bit hectic and a little bit all over the place right now. I'm trying my best to, realign it and get it where it needs to be, but it might take a little bit. Might take a little bit. Hopefully soon. Soon though, right? I just said it might take a little bit, but I want to believe soon. Michael Warneth in the Discord says, I just shit my pants at work. Do I post a picture in the chat? I'm going to say no, Michael. I appreciate you sharing that information with us. I don't think you need to share anymore. I want to save you from oversharing. Some might argue that already is oversharing. But it happens. It happens. At least a few times in your lifetime. Dude, the bigger question is how. You know what? Don't answer. Don't answer. I'm sorry. Yeah, Lady Gamer, we're so sorry. See what you're doing? Lady Gamer's trying to eat. Michael's out here sharing, oversharing. But yeah, we have some topics to talk about today. Some gaming related topics. Boss is already here. Boss is ready. God knows he's ready. We're going to be talking about Resident Evil 9 and how it's been revealed that the PlayStation 5 is the top platform for Resident Evil. And I think this is significant because I was convinced, many others were also convinced, and also very aggressive in making sure you were convinced that no, PC was a top platform. So it seems like a lot of people were wrong. We'll talk about that, but I think it's just good for the game in general. It did very well on PC as well. It's not like it just only did good on PlayStation. We're going to be talking about Crimson Desert. The reviews are out, so we're going to talk about that a little bit. I have to admit, the game is reviewing lower than I expected, but as people are quick to remind me, as well as many others, that many of the games we enjoy have, similar review scores, right? People were pointing out something like Days Gone or Death Stranding and how these games don't, or even Ghost of Tsushima. These games are in the high 70s, low 80s, or even something like Days Gone is actually just in the low 70s. And these are games that I really enjoyed. So we'll talk about that. Did you see where Richard Ledbetter didn't see the DLSS5 video? No, I'm not sure what you're talking about, Josh. I know that there's like a lot of drama going down right now with Digital Foundry and boss, you're really gonna start already? Okay, bro, can't you like give me like 15 minutes at least or something? Like, I fed you literally like 5 hours ago. There's food over there now. You can go over there and eat now. Okay. Every stream, every damn stream, man. But yeah, I know there's a lot of drama going down right now with Digital Foundry and DLSS5. And honestly, I'm not paying too much attention to the drama side of it because I think people are just, it's the same thing as it always is, man. I get caught up in drama sometimes, but I don't know. Like, people are acting like Digital Foundry is truly the be all end all. And it's like, they're just one outfit, guys. Like, it's okay. Like, they definitely deserve some criticism and they admit to that. I did watch a little bit of their follow up where they said exactly what I thought, where they were saying, like, they basically got a little bit overly excited and they should have had more of a critical eye, like people expect from them. They got overhyped. And I'm like, yeah, I thought that was kind of obvious. I just think people are going like absolutely nuts where they're like, I don't know. It seems like they're directing a lot of their frustration towards Digital Foundry even more so than even like Nvidia in some cases. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens with that. John Hipcrate with a super chat says, MBG, I know you rely solely on beta reviewers, but you should try Days Gone. It has a 71 score, but sold millions to the non-sheep who enjoy playing them. Exactly. Beta reviewers, bro. Don't. That's bait. You're baiting me. You're baiting me into going down that rabbit hole again where I lost it. See, this is, you can tell this is where I'm jaded. I don't know if jaded's the right word, but I'm tired. I've been around the block a few times where it's like, I see the drama now around Crimson Desert because of the reviews. And like, yeah, dude, ever since, especially that Days Gone situation, it just made me realize that reviews, it's fun to celebrate them when like you're excited for a game and then it gets high reviews and it's like high five, yeah, like everybody's winning, this is great, this is turning out exactly how we liked. But in the case of like a game you're excited for and then the reviews come out and it's like it's not as high as you thought it would be, right? I think in the case of Crimson Desert, the problem with Crimson Desert, in my opinion, is that it's actually similar to Starfield, where it's like it's just a victim of overhype, where I think people are beginning to overinflate this game and make it really seem like this is the next Red Dead Redemption, using God, boss, are you freaking serious? Using games like that as like an example, as like, this is kind of what we're looking at. And what do the kids say these days? Over glazing or whatever. And I get it. It's easy to get caught up in the hype, but I think most people who didn't get caught up in that identified Crimson Desert as a game with a lot of potential and looks good and looks like it could be fun. But, just let's wait and see before we jump to conclusions. And I just confused Boss more. Yeah, I don't even know what the hell are you doing? Okay. Okay. Oh boy. Yeah, guys, listen, before I continue on here, if you want to support the channel and Boss, please consider becoming a channel member. Consider gifting memberships. If we hit 25 members, we will feed the beast. Okay? Help me at this point. All right? You can always drop a super chat or a direct donation as well. Thank you to everybody who supports. I can only do what I do here because you make it possible. So thank you so much. And Michael Werneth comes in. He sees the desperation on Boss's face. Stop looking at me like that. And he drops 20 member gifts for you. He opens the 20 pack. Michael.
Holy
It's because I read your Discord post, isn't it? I know how you work, Michael. You like to reward me for little things like that. He's rewarding me for reading his post where he overshared. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I don't know why my alerts are off. Let me fix that. Here we go. There we go. Sorry about that. I don't know why it's yeah, it's good now though. It's good. Michael, thank you so much for 20 member gifts, man. And Hellbound 1981, another legend. He comes in, he drops 5 more. Boss is going to be very happy. Look at that, Boss. You ready? He keeps tilting his head.
Boss, do you read me? It's time to feed the beast.
It is time. Boss, are you ready? How ready are you? Thank them. Okay. Or just flash them. But yeah, thank you guys. Michael, thank you for 20. Hellbound, thank you for 5. Like, really, thank you. Because Boss was going to torture me this whole time. There we go, man. Eat up. That's it. I know you're starved. Let me add that to the goal and read these super chats. And yeah, guys, do me a favor. Make sure you hit that like button as well. If you want to help the channel out, hitting the like button is the easiest way to do so. And Sir Digital Dude, bro. What? Sir Digital Dude coming out of literally nowhere. I didn't even know he was here. He just dropped 50 member gifts on you guys.
Holy shit.
50 member gifts. What? Bro. Sir Digital Dude, thank you so much, man. I was not expecting that. I thought, goddamn, we already got 25 members. We're feeding the beast. I can actually talk now without boss practically climbing me. And then Digital Dude comes in. He says, nope, we got to drop 50. We got to get this to 75. So, guys, we need some W's in the chat for Sir Digital Dude. Hold on. It's been a little while since I did this, but I think it's appropriate timing. We have a member train going. I don't want to blast it too loud now. Don't blast it too loud now, but Digital Dude, again, thank you so much for dropping 50 member gifts. And then we have Big Tech 83. Big Tech wants to keep the train going. He drops another 5. And somehow, guys, we didn't even get to talk about the first topic yet. We're sitting at 80 members. Perfect Image, unfortunately, I can't do that right now because of the construction that's going on. But I'll have to figure something out. Big Tech, by the way, man, I'm glad to see you were able to drop some memberships. I know you came in and you tried to drop 10 member gifts a couple streams ago and it gave you some kind of issue. So I'm glad to see that got sorted out. But thank you guys so much. Really, thank you all so much. Let me update this goal. I was definitely not expecting that. And we'll cap it out at 100, all right? We still got plenty of time left in this stream today, so we hit 100, that'll be where we cap it. You guys can always go beyond that if you want. It all helps, but I should probably stop playing this before. I gotta turn that off before YouTube gets mad at me. Actually, hold on. It's funny because when I play that song, YouTube doesn't really copyright me. They just pretty much, I guess whoever owns the rights to that song, they ask me to revenue share with them. So it's actually not that big of a deal. Sir Digital Dude, you're saying, who's in Paris? MBG, are you? Wait, are you in Paris? I'm confused. I do have a couple super chats I have to read too. I was a little bit. Don't fall for it. Wait, hold on. Whoa. Wait, what are you talking about? Begins with N? Oh, I don't know. You guys are making me nervous. What's going on? It's a song. Which song? Hold on. It's racist. Oh. Yo, okay. I got it. Digital Dude. Bro's out here dropping 50 member gifts and then trying to bait me to immediately cancel myself. Wow. Okay. So that's a song that I can't even say the name of the song. Can't say the name, but it's by Jay-Z and Kanye West. So, Digital Dude tried. He tried. And I guess, it makes sense. Great instrumentals, though. Oh, Luna's here, too. But Digital Dude, yeah, thank you for the 50 member gifts, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you to everybody who dropped any member gifts. Yeah, I don't really listen to rap or anything like that. I never really got into rap. I mean, I would hear it throughout my life, and I'm like, yeah, okay, it's fine. But it's not really like my go-to music. Am I buying Crimson Desert? Oh, I don't know. I'm leaning towards no, to be honest, and I'll tell you why when we talk about it. Let me make sure I read these super chats though, because I am keeping you guys waiting here. Armani Pepsi Coleman says, I can't wait to play Crimson Desert today. I hope it looks good on PS5. It is the combat I'm mostly going to do unarmed, but I'm also going to use weapons. Yeah, the combat, that aspect of the game looks good to me. I remember you were talking to me, Armani, about how there's really good hand-to-hand combat outside of just like melee combat. And it does seem like there are a lot of deep systems to make the combat feel really good, but the thing that's stopping me from wanting to buy Crimson Desert isn't the review scores or anything like that. It's actually listening to some of the reviews and reading some of the reviews where this game is definitely what I thought it would be. They are who we thought they were, you know? It's just too much for me. I think for a lot of people what they look for in a game is not just freedom in like a big open world, but just an insane amount of content. And I don't know, for me, when I look at Crimson Desert and I'm listening to people say, like, I put 120 hours into this game and I've barely done anything. Again, it's stuff like that where I'm like, yeah, I can't do that. I can't do that. I don't know that I would enjoy that. You know what I mean? Where it's like having so much stuff to actually do and play through to a point where it's like it feels, I don't want to say it feels like you're not making any progress, but there was one thing in particular I heard about Crimson Desert that really, I think, solidified it for me where I'm like, I think I'm going to pass on this one. Is I think it was that guy, El Analista de Bits, who does the comparisons. I think that's who said this. They were basically saying that everything about this game is great except the side quests. They said that they couldn't stand the side quests where you have to do the most mundane tasks, like seemingly endlessly, and you have to do some of these side quests or a lot of them in order to like expand inventory space. And of course, that's just one person's opinion. But when I'm like reading stuff like that, I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Like if I was willing to be like, I'm ready to play this game for 300 hours, maybe I would. Yeah, I need the game to hold my hand. I don't know. I don't know. It does still kind of intrigue me though. I have to admit, like as much as I've seen of it, like seeing the combat and seeing some of the more, I guess you could say, uh, traditional type of stuff they're showing that you can do in the game. It definitely it has. There's a tantalizing effect there, but I don't know. I have a really strong feeling that if I were to buy this game, it's $70. It's a full price game. I need the yellow paint. Yes, I need the yellow paint. Um, thank you, guys. I know you really believe in my gaming ability here. Don't make me flex my Concord Platinum on you. You know what? Forget it. Forget it. I platinumed Elden Ring. Okay? I platinum Lies of P. I platinum Elden Ring. I platinum Sifu. Come on. Come on now. What other games am I playing right now? Well, truthfully, I haven't been playing much lately, but what I'm going to be doing probably starting today or tomorrow is finally booting up Ghost of Yotei Legends. I've been meaning to get around to playing that. I am, believe it or not, I don't know. I'm thinking about giving Marathon a try, but I'm unsure. The reason why I'm considering playing Marathon or at least trying it is because I haven't been playing any online or multiplayer games I haven't been playing any shooters is what I mean to say. And it feels like it's been a while, and I'm like, I'm looking ahead and I'm kind of realizing that, man, there's not there aren't, like, as far as I'm aware, any other like first person shooters coming for I mean, I don't know, probably until like Call of Duty or something. And I don't know if I'm gonna be interested in this year's Call of Duty. So I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I'm considering it. I don't know if I'm gonna pull the trigger on it because Marathon. There's still something. There's just something about it where I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if this is going to be for me, but I don't know. I have a friend who said that he would want to play, and that's kind of making me think maybe I'll give it a shot. But I'm going to play Ghost of Yotei Legends first because that I know I'm going to enjoy. And then from that point, honestly, I'm looking at games like Pragmata. I'm looking at Saros. Beyond that, I'm looking at 007. I'm looking at Lego Batman. I think that looks really good too. And there's also that one game called Mouse PI for Hire, which I think is coming out in April. So these are some of the games I'm kind of looking forward to. And Crimson Desert, it falls into that category of like I may or may not like it. If I, spend the $70 and buy it, I'm taking a chance, and it could very easily become one of these games where I play it for like 20 hours and I'm like, I'm good. I'm not really enjoying this, and I'm kind of afraid of that happening. But yeah, I don't even play games. Yeah, I'm lying. I don't even have a PlayStation, dude. Why do you think I got this in the background? I don't even have a PlayStation. Whiskey, you're saying you're split on Legends. You don't like some of the mechanics they added to it. Really? Ooh, okay, that's interesting. What mechanics are turning you off from it, or are you're not feeling too good about, or what mechanics specifically did they change? Because I really enjoyed Tsushima Legends. You consider 20 hours not enough? Well, I mean, I guess yeah. Well, truthfully, it's if I played Crimson Desert for 20 hours and I'm like, I don't like it, I would be like, yeah, I played it for 20 hours. That's enough, right? Like that is enough for, I guess, like on paper, like, a 20-hour game, but it's about the quality of the experience. If I didn't like it, it would probably be because I'm like, I'm overwhelmed with this game. I feel like I'm not making progress, and it's not scratching that itch for me. So like, even though I spent 20 hours with it, it would feel underwhelming. You know what I mean? They added a lot of environmental mechanics. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm going to be curious to see this for myself then, because I don't know. I guess it's hard to explain. You just got to play it. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. I assumed it would play just like the first one, but that's interesting. I'll have to see how I feel about that. And John Hipcrest, I'm sorry, man. I did miss your my bad, dude. I missed two of your super chats. John Hipcrest, you're saying YouTubers who spent more time with the game said reviewers obviously rushed the game by the negatives they had. They didn't upgrade enough. And you're saying here to clarify, the Red Dead stuff was about the open world with animals and different terrains and snow and forest, closer to RDR2 than any open world since. Yeah, so that's what kind of caught my attention as well when we talk about the reviews of Crimson Desert, man. I thought, like this game, truthfully, I thought it was going to be like an 87. I think that's what I gave for my prediction. But I could have seen it going higher, like into the 90s or something, just with the way it was being talked about and the hands-on previews and stuff. And what you're saying about how like there hasn't been an open world like this since Red Dead Redemption 2. But when we saw that it was like at a 77 or 78, I'm like, oh, huh, like that's not bad. The weirdest thing is seeing people treat a 77 or 78 on Metacritic like that means it's a bad game. But I think it does seem to make people think, okay, maybe it's not what I thought it was. It's not going to be this kind of like generational type game. It's just simply not going to be as good as I thought. But then when I see some of the YouTube reviews, right, like Luke Stevens, his was one that I came across. I think he even described it as like, how did he word it? Where he made it sound like it's like it's like kind of redefining like what a game could be, and I'm like, I don't know about that. Like that's kind of a crazy thing to say about almost any game. Like something like that, I think I don't even know if you could say that about GTA, but he was like really high on it, and I know he's like a really respected reviewer, and I'm like, oh, this is it was interesting to me because I'm like, is this going to be a situation where like it turns out Crimson Desert is just a kind of love it or not hate it, but love it or I don't know, like you either fall in love with this game and it's one of the best experiences you're gonna have, or it's just gonna be okay. You know what I mean? Like there isn't kind of that it's just universally great. It's everybody's going to really enjoy it. And I think a lot of people maybe had that expectation based off of the previews and the way people were talking about it. At least that's the impression I get. Love it or list it. You need something to hold you over till Saros. Well, that's kind of like another thing I'm thinking too, though, is that I did finish Resident Evil 9, by the way. I got the platinum for Resident Evil 9. Yeah. But like, I was thinking to myself, okay, what if I were to buy Crimson Desert and I do get into it and, I enjoy it. But then it's like, oh, you want to do everything this game has to offer. Like, it's going to take you like 250 hours. So in other words, like there's no chance you're going to be ready. You're going to be finished with this game by the time Saros comes out or by the time Pragmata comes out even or something like that. And I don't know. I guess it's like, yeah, I could just play both at one time. I don't know. I will say if I go to play Ghost of Yotei Legends and I don't like it for some reason, like that's why I'm intrigued by what Whiskey Gaming said. If it turns out it's like, yeah, Ghost of Yotei Legends isn't hitting the same way Tsushima Legends was, and I just find that I don't really want to put time into it, then there's a better chance I might pull the trigger on Crimson Desert because I kind of feel the same way. Like I want something to play until Saros and Pragmata comes out on the 17th, but I don't want to be sitting here for weeks just being like I'm going to wait. But I don't know. Like I keep watching footage of Crimson Desert, and my instinct just keeps telling me. It just keeps telling me, like, you're not gonna like the game, dude. Like I don't want to give into the. I don't know if I would call it FOMO, but just the launch hype. Where it's like this is the hot thing right now, the new hot thing. So do it. And worst case scenario, like. I mean, worst case scenario, I could just tell you guys, like, yeah, I tried playing it and here's why I didn't like it or couldn't get into it. But I don't know, man. You're saying follow my instincts. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards. Yeah. But I don't know. Sometimes you do have to go against your instincts to broaden your horizons. I've been down that road numerous times as well. But yeah. John Hipcrate, you're saying analysts expect it to be the best-selling game of the year behind GTA 6. I'd say that's because of the Korean fan base or Eastern fans of Black Desert. Yeah, Black Desert Online, I'm pretty sure that's still a very relevant game, right? How many people play Black Desert Online? So as of March 2026, Black Desert Online has an estimated 20 to 28,000 concurrent players on Steam, with a recent 24-hour peak of 27,200. 55 million registered users lifetime. So yeah, they have like a really large built-in fan base. So I could see that being true. I mean, I don't think it will. I don't think it's possible for it to outsell GTA 6. I don't think anything could even remotely outsell GTA 6. But I could see this being the second best-selling game. We have to see how Call of Duty does, though. Call of Duty, I mean, I know that we talked about sales for that series kind of going downwards, right? But I'm curious to see if things change and Call of Duty's right back at the top because, it's Modern Warfare again. But to be clear, I don't think Call of Duty has a chance in hell to outsell GTA 6. GTA 6 is going to be in a class of its own. Henry 3K 90, wasn't it 4K? No, it's 3K. No, it was always 3K. I don't know why. Seeing the 90 messed me up. I'm like, wait, Henry 3K. Remember for 35 months, he says, MBG, I know you have a backlog. Forget CD. Well, yeah. I mean, they're like these games that I still haven't gotten around to that are just kind of floating around, where it's like the further I get away from them, the higher the chances I'm not going to play them. But yeah, my whole thing is like, I don't want my backlog to interfere with the decision to play new games. But yeah, I mean, the fact that I'm torn on Crimson Desert. The thing that I don't understand about Crimson Desert, though, And this is weird to me. And I wonder if you guys have seen this. Um, I've been seeing some stuff about Crimson Desert where it's like people are acting kind of angry or something. Like they're going on a little bit of a crusade against Crimson Desert, where it's like they're lying to us, they're misleading us, they're delivering a really underwhelming game. Like I just find it strange that I'm still seeing this now when it's like, guys, I understand that like a week ago, practically, it's like they're not showing base PS5 footage. Um, people are afraid of like another Cyberpunk 2077 situation, but not only do we have reviews all on PC, of course, but we got the PS5 Pro footage, we got the base PS5 footage, and it's like I'm still seeing groups of people, and this isn't to defend Crimson Desert because I don't feel the need to defend that game at all, but it's like, guys, like it almost starts to read like you want this to fail, like you want this to be another Cyberpunk or something. And that's weird to me, where it's like, I think it's okay to acknowledge that some people may have overhyped the game, make it sound like it's going to blow everything away and, it's going to be a 11 out of 10 masterpiece of all masterpieces. And yeah, like, I think it's okay to call that out and be like, some people were definitely wrong about that. But, MVP Moss, did you drop a super chat, man? Hold on, let me check. Oh, my bad, dude. You're saying kind of like Death Stranding in a sense. Yeah, exactly. That's a great game to use as an example here. I mean, I do think it is very different in many regards, but Death Stranding is very much one of those games where you can either. I mean, I don't want to say that there aren't people who just don't look at it as it's okay. I mean, those people exist, but generally speaking, from what I've seen with Death Stranding, it is similar in that people are either like, oh my God, dude, like there's something special about this game, right? It's either that or people are like, yeah, I don't get it. It's one of those types of things. Although I do think a lot of what you see in Crimson Desert, it is more traditional. It is much more similar to, traditional mechanics. I mean, it does seem like it has unique mechanics in the game, of course, but I think you get what I'm saying. Where the thing that I think differentiates something like Death Stranding and Crimson Desert is like Death Stranding. It's like, yeah, you are delivering packages. I don't think maybe doing the side quests and having to deliver different stuff. From what I've heard, maybe you can draw more parallels between Death Stranding and Crimson Desert than I'm realizing, but people who don't play Death Stranding hate it. Yeah, that's true. You're saying Sony tried to lock it down. That is true. They tried to lock it down as an exclusive, apparently. So, yeah, Sony believed in it, bro. I mean, yeah, I guess if it was a PlayStation exclusive, I'd probably feel extra pressure where it's like, I got to cover this thing, man. Whether I'm feeling the hype or not. That's not to say that I won't skip PlayStation games. I mean, I have before, but I don't know that it's in the best interest of my channel to do that. But you played Death Stranding and didn't like it at all. Yeah, and I respect that. I appreciate the fact that you even tried it. The only problem I ever had with people and Death Stranding or just the haters, the people who are like, this is stupid and I'm not even going to try it, but I'm going to tell you it's stupid. And it's like, come on, dude. But that's what people do, Can't stop them. I don't know if to buy Crimson Desert or not. Canceled my pre-order because it seems too big and intense. It's too big and intense for you, huh? Hmm. Prince G, you're saying Marathon has been a pleasant surprise. I'll tell you what, though. I'm not a Marathon hater. I'm definitely not a Marathon hater because I'm mostly indifferent to it. But I was kind of shocked when Circana came out, and I think, well, you know what? rather than trying to remember it, let me. Okay, yeah. So based on recent data from Circana analyst Matt Piscatella, Bungie's upcoming extraction shooter marathon is being monitored closely for performance, with early engagement indicators placing it in the top 10 for weekly active users on Steam. So it placed it seventh, but within the top 25 of PlayStation and Xbox. So if I understand this correctly, um, yeah, so Marathon didn't place in the top 10 for PlayStation or Xbox in terms of user engagement. It ranked 20th on PlayStation and Xbox. Ooh, I don't know about that one, dude. Steam is carrying merit. Yeah, ironically, right? Ironically, but yeah, dude, that's concerning to me. Like, I feel like if you're Sony and you're Bungie, you have to be concerned by that. Not, I'm not trying to fear monger. I'm not trying to play into the it's gonna die. It's not that. But it is like, in terms of the longevity. In terms of the longevity of Marathon, like, does it really have legs? I'm not sure on console. On PC, they might have to like make a bigger push to try to retain PC players, but on console, not even cracking the top 10. I don't know about that. I don't know about that one, man. It's slowly but surely heading to its Concordian fate. That's crazy, dude. That is crazy. But but yeah, I mean, ironically though, I've heard a lot of good things about Marathon. Believe it or not, man. I know that there was a lot of trepidation, a lot of people wanting to see it fail, but most people I've encountered that have given their feedback on Marathon, it's been mostly positive. Like I haven't really heard anybody say it's a bad game or like there's something really wrong with it. The worst thing I think I've seen is somebody just say that, yeah, extraction shooters are not for them. But people who are playing it seem to really enjoy it. So I don't know. We'll have to see what happens with that. Is it making enough for it to be profitable? I'm going to say no. Truthfully, I don't think so. I think they're happy to get what they can from it, right? Where it's not, as long as it doesn't lose any more money. And we have Corey, the legend Landiga. He is here today. He's making his presence known
I'm no hero.
by continuing
Never was.
to
Never
contribute
will
to the
be.
member goal here. He drops 5 more member gifts for you guys, and that brings us to 85. And somehow we are 15 away from hitting 100, which is wild. So Corey, thank you for that, man. And I'll see if I can get Boss back in here for you. Let me see. I can give him a couple more. Oh, Luna, you want some more? Luna's here. Yeah, I know. We already got to 85. I didn't see that one coming. But yeah, I mean, Marathon, I think it's more than safe to say it's not a big hit like Helldivers was, not even close. But I think it's also safe to say that it does have a player base. I think it's just a very small player base. And I think Bungie is going to have to try to continue to keep that small player base happy. But it's pretty clear to me that they're going to have to do Destiny 3. I don't think that's up for debate anymore. Where's Clark at? I don't know. I think he's upstairs sleeping. Clark doesn't seem too interested in treats. He just does his own thing. He comes by when he wants to come by, and he doesn't care whether he gets treats or not. So, you know, Clark and Leia kind of don't care about treats. Do you think Saros will be a big hit, or I don't think it'll be a. I mean, it depends on what you consider a big hit. I think Saros has the potential to be like a 1.5 to 2 million, maybe 3 million seller, and I think that'll be really good because I think it's clear that if you look at Saros, it's not the biggest budget game. Um, but I think they're just looking to do better than they did with Returnal. If they can do better than they did with Returnal, I think Housemarque is in the clear. I think they're good. I personally would love to see it be a big hit, though. I would love to see it sell 5 million plus. I'd love to see it be a 10 million seller because if Saros is going to be anything like Returnal, which it clearly is, it's going to be one of the best games gameplay wise. Like that's the thing. I know people give a lot, Sony's games a lot of flack sometimes. We're like, oh, they're too cinematic or, they're too handholdy or whatever. And I feel like that's where Housemarque kind of comes in and they're delivering something that's just there. Again, there is a cinematic quality to it, certainly, but it's just mostly pure, raw, fast paced, intense, skill based gameplay. And, this will be the second time they're hitting uh, for the PlayStation 5 gen. So I really hope it is a success, dude. I'm going to be supporting it. I'll be a day one buyer and I'll be talking all about it when I play it. The question for me is if I'm going to like it more than Returnal because I really liked Returnal. So I think it has a chance to be Housemarque's biggest game, certainly. And Michael Lynch with a super chat says, I would definitely skip Crimson. Multiple reviews mentioning button prompts. That's too much money to deal with controls not working. What? You good? Hold on. Guys, I'll be right back. I got to go check on what the hell that was. Hold on. All right. Sorry about that. Everything's good. It sounded like something fell and like scattered everywhere. It just sounded crazy. And I was yelling out to make sure Mrs. MBG was okay and she wasn't responding. So I went to go check. She was wearing headphones. She's cleaning. And I think she dropped we have like a tub of like peanut butter pretzels or something. So I'm like, okay, well, good. I'm glad everything's fine. Either that or maybe it was one of the cats. I'm like, maybe one of the cats did something crazy. But Michael, you're telling me to skip Crimson Desert because you're saying reviews mentioning button prompts. What do you mean by that exactly? Like, I'm confused. Like, I don't know if I'm just like misunderstanding the problem with button prompts. And Russell, you're saying here no difficulty setting, no buy. Those are my rules. I did hear that in order to take on like end game bosses, you really need to like put all of your you just need to focus on like building up one because there's like 3 playable characters. I think you need to just build one character up to like the max, or you're just not going to be able to. You're not going to stand a chance. Saying like Tekken combos or like QTEs. Oh, like you're saying when you press the buttons, the controls don't always respond. Interesting. Yeah, that's. Yeah, I'm gonna have to dig a little bit deeper into some of these reviews because I didn't check them all out. But MBG, there are subsystems that may be required to be used both in and outside of combat. I did hear that the control scheme for this game is a little bit much. It's got a lot going on. Damn, have you tried getting good? Really, Dillo? I've seen a video where some dude was doing a puzzle and it requires you to hold multiple buttons to solve it. And Corey the Legend Landiga comes at bro. What? Corey comes in and he drops 20 more member gifts for you guys. Hot damn. You guys just destroyed it today. I don't know. I guess there's just something in the air, you know? People wanted to hit that 100 for some reason. Corey, thank you so much, man.
Holy shit.
With that 20 drop, that brings us to 105. So, big shout out and congratulations to the community, man. We came into the stream 50 minutes ago. Haven't even been live for an hour. Hoping to hit 25 members today, and somehow we're sitting at 105. So thank you guys so much. Again, if you are a paying channel member, thank you. You are the backbone of the channel alongside those who super chat and donate directly. If you get gifted a membership, if you enjoy your time being a member, you know, consider renewing it. The big thing there is if you choose to be a monthly member, you're supporting what I do here directly and making it possible for me to continue doing it. That includes the streams, the videos, and anything else we may end up doing on the channel in the future. So thank you guys so much for that, really. And yeah, shout out Corey. I tried to get Boston here for you, man, but I think he's passed out somewhere. He did get his treats a little bit earlier, and now I think he's eating and sleeping. It is worth noting, though, yesterday was Boss's birthday. Forgot to tell you guys. It was his birthday yesterday. I believe he is 9 years old now. So he's getting up there. You know, I don't think he's not quite a senior cat yet. He's not a senior yet, but he's I think another year or two off from being a senior cat. So we're going to have old man Boss soon. All right. Let me see. MBG, the new PSSR 2.0 update has turned my PS5 Pro into a beast. Yeah, man. I got the update yesterday, and I haven't gotten a chance to check anything out on it yet, but I've been watching a few Digital Foundry videos doing analysis of some of the games that support PSSR2, and I know you were kidding, Dillo. I know. And dude, I'm happy to see it, man. It's just nice to see that there's more positivity around, I would say, what Sony's doing with the PS5 Pro now than there was previously. You know, I feel like the Pro has been on a weird journey where it went from practically being despised. That's what it felt like, where people were like, hell no. You know, it was overpriced, and, you know, some people certainly still feel that way, but there was just so much negativity. But now it seems like it kind of evened out a bit where, you know, you're seeing it get better. You're seeing the results. You know, they're kind of starting to speak for themselves. And the big thing that PSSR2 seemingly did was clean up a lot of the noise, right? Like when you would play certain games, they were really highlighting like Silent Hill F, where if you were playing it on PS5 Pro with PSSR1, it just looked almost like a big film grain was over it. And it looked fuzzy, kind of. It looked like it was just shaking. And it cleans all that up and it stabilizes it and it makes it look sharper. And I'm like, this is awesome. You know, they're even saying in like Alan Wake 2 is running at like 1260p native or internally, and it's being upscaled to 4K. They were saying they might even be able to drop the resolution even lower and free up more headroom and hit a similar image quality. I'm like, damn, okay. Well, Mark Cerny and his engineers working with AMD, probably one of the smartest things they could have done, because it seems like PSSR is turning into a legitimate competitor against things like DLSS and FSR. Although, I don't know, the conversation about DLSS, man, we'll have to just wait and see what goes on there, because absolutely wild. I enjoyed our discussion on the last podcast, though, but sheesh. Oh, yeah. So that's something else that I wanted to mention to you guys that I don't have posted in like the thumbnail or the title. We did cover it in the video I released, and that is apparently Sony is going to be rebranding PlayStation Network. And I am kind of confused about this. So, Insider Gaming reported this yesterday. They said PlayStation will be dropping the PlayStation Network and PSN branding by September 2026. In an email sent to developers and seen by Insider Gaming, PlayStation will be dropping the PlayStation Network and PSN branding. It said that the changes will be purely visual and is a means to, quote, properly capture the breadth of our evolving digital services. So here's what the email says. And this was sent to all developers, apparently. We'd like to inform you that Sony Interactive Entertainment has strategically decided to phase out the terms PlayStation Network and PSN across our platform in order to properly capture the breadth of our evolving digital services, what's changing, and timeline. The upcoming changes are purely visual and will not introduce any technical alterations to our offerings. To simplify and unify branding, the terms PlayStation Network and PSN will be phased out across all SIE assets by September 2026. All features currently associated with PSN, including core network features such as friends, multiplayer, and trophies, will remain unaffected and available to players. You will be notified ahead of changes coinciding with the Technical Requirements Checklist, or the TRC, update in the fall of 2026. Note, PS5 dev net across access is required to view TRC documentation. At that time, you'll need to align with the updated TRC and branding guidelines to ensure the removal of PSN instances from all future releases, assets, and external service interfaces. And they do not tell us like what the new name will be, like what they're renaming it to. And so this is the big speculation here. What I've seen a lot of people say is that this is going to be Sony kind of doing what Xbox did, where if you recall, not that long ago, Xbox removed Xbox Live. Like they retired that terminology, and now it's just been replaced with Game Pass, right? So the assumption is that Sony's going to do that with PlayStation Plus. There was also something worth mentioning here. Apparently, and I think you guys know. Let me see if I can find it. I think you guys know who this is. William Aguilar. He made his way onto the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit from a post that he put out where he claims that he got like an email. Whether or not it's legitimate, it's hard to say, but John Hipcrate, you're saying rumors of everything under one roof, even anime/movies, Crunchyroll $100 a year, PS Plus $150 a year. So unless prices go up, they potentially are losing money. Doubt. Well, yeah, that's the thing. So William Aguilar, he said, explaining the future of Sony and PlayStation Online, the news from an internal email that was leaked today indicating the end of PlayStation Network/PSN is the confirmation of a transition that the internal teams and analysts have known about since 2023. In 2022, the PlayStation Network was reorganized into Essential, Extra, and Premium. This added the game catalog and classics catalog of games you could access as higher tiers in the subscription service. In 2023, a detailed multi-page document was shared internally to teams and analysts explaining how their online services were doing and their future plans for them. We've had this document since 23, and I had no intention to share it publicly because it was marked secret by the company. However, since the latest email leaked, many people have reached out to me with questions, and several articles of misinformation have been spreading online. I will not share the entire document since it includes sensitive information inside, but he wants to share a slide that is relevant to the topic. He says it's possible that Sony will outline this change in their upcoming business segment meeting. So he says some of you may have noticed that the relatively new service called Sony Pictures Core, which allows you to buy or rent any movie that Sony owns, is included with your PS Plus subscription. You have access to a selection of these movies that you can watch at no additional charge. This type of integration will expand in the next console generation. Sony's intention is to create one subscription service combining and giving you access to Sony/PlayStation games, movies, shows, and music. It is possible that this service will roll Crunchyroll's anime catalog into it, giving you an all-in-one place for Sony and for Sony's digital content. With PlayStation games pulling away from PC, it's possible that the upcoming app of this service on your phone or computer will allow you to stream movies, shows, music, and anime, but you won't actually be able to access your PlayStation games on PC or phone unless you stream them via remote play from your PS6. Um, so so he does show the slide here, and I guess it's legitimate. I don't know. I mean, it would be kind of crazy if he made this up. I don't think he would make it up. But yeah, I don't know. This is the top comment to this. So just to simplify everything we just read, apparently Sony's goal is to just take everything, every service that Sony offers and put it into one subscription, and they're gonna rename it. And it sounds like they would remove PlayStation from the name, which is crazy to me. But somebody responded to this saying, this is the kind of idea that falls apart immediately when you think about it. PlayStation Plus is about $150 a year. Crunchyroll, let's say, is $100 a year. Do you get people to pay $250 for a plan if they only want one of the two? You are not earning anything extra on people who already do both. You have a smaller part that will convert, and a lot of people will not stand for doubling of the price. So maybe you lower the price. You charge $150 for both together. Then you lose $100 on everyone that already has both. And you're not really gaining much money either. And of course, make it a generic Sony service instead of a PlayStation service. And you remove your most popular brand name from the product you're selling. This won't confuse parents buying stuff for their kids. Or that won't confuse parents buying stuff for their kids. And so, I don't know, man. What I will say is we have to keep an eye on this. We have to keep an eye on this because Sony did recently say during their earnings report that, they're not going to raise the price of the console, right? They made that pretty clear. And that's a good thing. But the bad part of it is they did make it clear they're going to monetize the user base further in other areas. And I'm really starting to wonder if that's what we're looking at, is that Sony will do something where it's like, I mean, it'll just ultimately be like, if you want to be part of PlayStation Plus, you're going to have to pay a lot more money now. But they're gonna try to pull like a Game Pass on you a little bit, where it's like, you remember when Xbox announced a 50% price increase for Game Pass, but they're like, look at all these extra things we're adding. You're getting Fortnite money and stuff. But people were like, bro, we didn't ask for any of this. Like, you're just giving us this stuff that nobody asked for and using that to justify a 50% price increase. I am afraid, I'm not trying to doom here. I'm just trying to be realistic in that we do know Sony said they're going to further monetize the base. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know about this one. We gotta keep an eye on this. MBG, the base subs will probably still exist, and they add a higher tier bundle that includes everything that was more expensive. That would be ideal. I would prefer that, right? Because I do think that Sony does run a great risk where if they take the Xbox approach and it's like, we're just rebranding it, basically, and like redoing it, and like, hey, we're giving you all this value. Like, this really is like worth $300 a year, but we're only going to charge you $200 a year or something like that. It's like, yeah, that's going to be a no for me because I'm not interested in literally any of that. If I was, I'd already be subscribed to it, But yeah, the idea of adding like a fourth tier potentially, like the ultra premium tier or something, where it puts everything under one roof, and the goal is to try to get people who are on PlayStation Plus Premium to upgrade further. That could make sense. Like, it would actually be crazy if they didn't do it that way. John Hipcrate saying Sony equals you will sub and you will like it. The hell we will. I'm telling you, man, if they took that like shotgun approach of like, we're just putting everything under one roof and putting a single price on it, they can't be. Listen, man, I know Sony can make some questionable decisions. They're not that dumb. It's like, if you want to cut your subscriptions in half and just watch people leave and unsub, go right ahead. But I think what Whiskey said, it makes a lot of sense. Like, if you're going to do this, just add another tier. But the rebranding is weird, man. Why? Like, I'm not a big fan of this. I'm not a fan of I just feel like PlayStation Network is perfect. PSN, PlayStation Network. Like, how do you improve from that? That like is a serious question. Like, what do you change it to that sounds better than PlayStation Network? Somebody said PlayStation Online, and I'm like, even that doesn't sound better. Like, that's inoffensive, but that doesn't sound better. And if you make it Sony something like Sony One, like, bro, please God, no. Like Sony One. Bro, you need to get Crimson Desert. There'll always be haters online. Well, no, I'm not, to be clear, I'm not being influenced by the haters. I know there's always haters, dude. I'm not paying attention to the haters. John Hipcrate, you're saying, how many subs did Xbox lose doing that? If Sony knows it wasn't a massive amount compared to the hate, then that's probably why they are doing it. That's a good question. Ironically, I've been saying that a lot. I've been saying ironically. Interestingly, I think that was the only aspect of Microsoft's earnings that were recently up. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but you think just PlayStation Plus may actually just be the name? I mean, that would be okay. That's the only thing they could do that I would be like, that makes sense. You know, you just kind of want to simplify it, make everything PlayStation Plus. But I don't know that. I still feel like that's a downgrade from PlayStation Network, man. I don't know. It's stuff like this that I start to worry because I'm like, this very much sounds like it. If it's not broke, don't fix it type thing. But they're like, we're going to fix it anyway. And a lot of times when companies do that, it's like, hey, look at this thing that's perfectly fine and is not broken. We're going to fix it. It's like, how are you going to fix it? It's like, we're going to light it on fire. It's like, what? I don't know. You see it happen all the time, bro. Sony, the real gaming net. Wolverine, you think it's a stupid decision? It's questionable. I don't like. It's interesting that in their documentation they're telling developers nothing's changing. And I mean, yeah, I believe them if they're telling developers that because the developers have to know for sure and they need to be informed. But I don't know. What I'm anticipating from this is a new name, obviously, that's going to just, no matter what, be worse than PlayStation Network. And like Whiskey Gaming said, maybe like a possible fourth tier. I could see that being the outcome here. And if that is the case, it's not the worst thing in the world, you know? But I'm sure we're going to get more info on this in May. Like, I can't imagine Sony's going to do their business earnings report and not talk about this. It is likely that users on other services are not interested in PlayStation, as there are PlayStation users that don't care about the other services. John Hipcrate, you're saying Sony as a brand / company may want their name on it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it does make sense to a degree because the reason why it kind of makes sense is because, yes, Sony is, they are involved in many other areas of entertainment, like music, like anime and stuff like that. And so I totally get where it's like, maybe you do want to unify these things and bring them together and one can help out the other and strengthen it. That does make sense, but I just get nervous because I'm like, well, I sometimes do prefer these things to just stay separate. Where it's like, that's great that you're involved in music and movies, Sony, and all that stuff, but you know, I'm just interested in the PlayStation side of things. Speaking of which, did you guys see the new Spider-Man trailer? Looking pretty good. Not gonna lie, I saw that Sony uploaded it on their YouTube channel, and apparently it broke the record for most views in 24 hours. It broke GTA 6's record, dude. I'm a little bit shocked by that. I have to admit, I am a little bit shocked by that, man. Like, what? How? John Hipcrate, you're saying gaming leaks comments are funny on the network change, LOL. Also, Xbox PC app jumped the gun and is letting people play Crimson Desert. Launch is 5 hours away. Oh no. Well, I guess we're gonna find out. I guess we're gonna find out whether or not this game can actually run on on Xbox hardware or not. So people are literally playing it right now on, well, you're saying the Xbox PC app. So it's not actually available on Xbox itself yet. And Michael Lynch with the $2 chat, you're saying, didn't they say nothing would change, just visual? That's what they're saying. Yeah, and that's the implication there, Michael. Like, if we just take it at face value, the implication is that it's literally just going to be a name change and nothing else is changing. But I just find that a little bit hard to believe, because it's like, I don't know, things like that. I'm not saying they don't happen, but it seems very likely that if you're going to change the name, you're going to make a couple other changes too. Like, that would be just weird. I mean, I guess they could if they really wanted to. We're literally not changing anything except the name. But from my understanding, developers seem to be also confused by this because the developers are being told, like, yeah, we're gonna have to like remove all these assets. Like, you're just not allowed to use it anymore. Sony is not. Well, it's not that they would lie about it. I think what I'm trying to say here, Michael, is like they could just be communicating to the devs, like, you don't have to really do anything except just be aware that we're retiring this name, and you're gonna have to update your what do they call it? Your TRC documentation, you know, which is, yeah, technical requirements checklist. So that seems to be the only thing that devs. So like that could be true. Like, what they're saying could be completely true for developers, where it's like, you guys don't have to change anything. You guys accept just we're updating our checklist and make sure it's checked off, and that's it. On the Sony business side, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, if Sony's planning on making changes to their business side of things, which would be things like PlayStation Plus, tiers and prices and stuff like that, that is information that they would not inform developers of, because developers don't need to know that. You know what I mean? That's something that would just stay within Sony. And, you know, that's why I think what William Aguilar was saying with his post about it. Like, if there's truth to that, that's fascinating. Like, he might be onto something where, like, there is maybe a greater push to unify things and bring some tier changes or something. But, you know, PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium has been working well for Sony. And that's, I think, important to understand as well, is that, like, you know, there was a time when people thought Sony was going in the Game Pass direction, but they didn't. They took a page out of the Game Pass book, out of the Microsoft playbook, which I think was smart, where they were like, you know, maybe we should add an extra tier. Let's do extra. That's literally what we'll call it, just PlayStation Plus Extra. And then we'll have premium. And there was kind of like this, there was a lot of questioning of, like, will this actually be good? Like, do people actually want this? And I remember there were quite a few people who thought, like, nobody's really going to subscribe to this, or I don't think people are going to be interested in it. And it turns out, like, no, based off of Sony's earnings and, you know, even their annual reports, they're saying, like, no, people are subscribing to Extra and Premium. Like, it's proven to be very lucrative for Sony and a wise decision. So it does kind of make sense that they would want to evolve that again if they feel like they need to get more, which it's always more and more and more. But yeah, I mean, if when we talk about Sony potentially subsidizing the PlayStation 6, it's stuff like this that we got to pay attention to, where it's like, where are they going to make the money up? So they're definitely planning some stuff. That's what I feel confident in saying. I feel confident in saying, like, they're definitely planning some changes. Whether or not those changes will be good or bad, I mean, it's probably going to be, you know, in the eye of the beholder, but I'm sure we're going to find out before the end of the year. And Raven X0, a member for 19 months, says Mark Cerny and his engineer team cooking with that PSSR2, all the upcoming games this year utilizing PSSR2. Man, what a shout. What a year. Shout out to them. Wolverine. $100 games. No, I mean, look, man, PSSR2, I think Wolverine. I mean, you're thinking Wolverine, dude. I'm thinking GTA. That's what I'm thinking, bro. I'm like, okay, there's there's zero chance GTA doesn't take advantage of PSSR2. And that's a game that I am so damn excited to see specifically on the PS5 Pro, because I know GTA 6 will eventually make its way to PC. And obviously PC a maxed out gaming rig will produce the best results. But until that day comes, the best version of GTA 6 that we're going to see is going to be the PS5 Pro version using PSSR2. And I'll tell you this right now, if I wasn't on PS5 Pro already, that would be the game that does it. If I wasn't on PlayStation, if I was still some kind of like radical Xbox fanboy, that would make me probably buy a PlayStation 5 Pro, or like just for GTA 6, where I'm like, I can't miss out on this. So that, Wolverine, I think obviously Insomniac, they're all over technology like this, man. Insomniac, I think, is gonna, yeah, I think Wolverine's gonna look incredible. I mean, people were going back and checking out Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart with PSSR2 and seeing improvements just without any work being done. So yeah, I'm right there with you, Raven. I think it's looking really good, man. Also, please God, no $100 PS6 games, man. $100 PS6 games would be absurd. What about the chip? That's the only holdback. What do you mean by that, John Hypocrite? Reports are going out about only PS5 Pro getting 60 FPS again. Did that just come out or something? Let's see. Okay, so, dude, I go on Twitter, the 3 things trending. What's happening? Number 1, Kojima. Number 2, GTA 6. Number 3, Chuck Norris. Apparently, Chuck Norris is Chuck Norris is trending for a bad reason. Says legendary actor and martial artist Chuck Norris was hospitalized in Hawaii after a medical emergency. According to DMC, the nature of the emergency was not disclosed, but sources told the outlet he's in good spirits. Huh. Chuck Norris looks really good for his age, bro. Gotta say. 86? That's crazy. Sorry, I just got really distracted there. I don't know why Chuck. I was like, why is Chuck Norris trending? Why is Kojima trending? I know that. Okay, because Death Stranding 2 and PC. PC. Why was GTA 6 trending though? That disappeared for me. GTA 6 was trending, but now it's gone. I can't find it. I just wanted to check that there wasn't. Oh wow. Okay, so check this out. Death Stranding 2 has over 55,000 players on Steam right now. Yo. Okay. Okay. So for comparison, Death Stranding 1 only peaked at 32,000. Damn, dude. Yo, Death Stranding 2 peaked higher than Spider-Man 2 and God of War Ragnarok. I'm not going to complain. Death Stranding 2 is a great game, dude. I'm happy to see people supporting it. I'm a little bit surprised though. I have to admit. I mean, 55K for a game that's late, I would say. Yeah, that's it to me it seems closer to something like Ghost of Tsushima. Like I remember Ghost of Tsushima peaked at like 77,000 concurrent, which was like, whoa. Like this is like 4 years later, dude. So we'll see if it climbs or if it Just kind of stays around there, but John Hipcrit, you're saying, I mean, the CPU hopefully won't hold back GTA 6. Oh, yeah. That's true. That's true. I think the idea is like if Rockstar could really leverage PSSR2, I mean, really leverage it to like max it out, there's a possibility that like it could leave so much overhead. Like if they could like run the internal resolution so low, like the internal resolution of GTA 6 on the PS5 Pro is 864p, but PSSR does such heavy lifting that it's like what you see looks like native 4K or very close to it. There is a possibility, I suppose, that if it could do that, it could free up enough overhead that maybe, just maybe, it's like we might be able to squeeze 60 FPS out of this, But I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna keep my expectations tempered, you know. And John Hipcrit, you're saying crazy. DS2 gets 50K and Slay the Spire got 500K. But I mean, is that even fair though, bro? Is that even a fair comparison? I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest. To me, 55K on PC for Death Stranding 2 is higher than I would have expected. I'm just being honest. It's higher than I would have expected. I would have thought it would have been like, I'm going to be honest, I was worried about it. I'm like, bro, it's probably going to be like 15K or 10K or something. So I'm just happy to see that Kojima's game is doing well because, again, my game of the year 2025, man, I want to see it do well. If only Pro gets 60, it's going to sell like crazy. That will be a crazy selling point for the Pro if that happens. Shadowlink, what's up, man? What is the price of Slay the Spire 2? Actually, I don't know. How much is Slay the Spire 2? It's $25. Why didn't you tell me that, John Hipcrit? Huh? Why don't you let me know? I'm over here thinking it's another $70 game. Wait, how much is Death Stranding, though? I know it's more expensive, but is Death Stranding being sold at full price? Oh, hello, boss. Would you like some more treats? Corey would like to see you, and he would like to see you consume more treats. I'm only giving you a few more. Don't want to go overboard. Well, we actually do have to talk about a little bit of a PC related topic. Yeah, I saw that MBG Spider-Man Brand New Day surpasses a whopping 500 million views in 24 hours. It dethrones previous record holder GTA 6, which is 475 million views. Yeah, that's crazy to me, dude. That's absolutely crazy to me. I didn't realize people were this hyped. By the way, guys, do me a favor before we continue to talk about these topics. If you are enjoying the stream, hit the like button. Hitting the like button just lets me know you enjoy it, and it helps with the YouTube algorithm. Boss, don't. Okay, hold on. Don't eat that, bro. See, I gotta get a different cat tower. It's like fuzzy stuff coming out of it. We got to talk about how PS5 was the top platform for Resident Evil 9. We got to talk about this. Holy cow, I just saw the member gifts. Yeah, man, I don't know how we got here, but I'm very grateful. Yeah, people were feeling it today. Star Digital dude came in. He's like, I want that platinum. If Spider-Man doesn't make like $2 billion at the box office, that's a flop with those numbers. Yeah, I mean, you would think it's on track to make at least a couple billion. I mean, that's crazy. Clark is here too. You guys can't see him, but he's next to me here. Clark, you want some? I guess Clark is showing up. Come on, Mr. Kent. No, boss, not for you. You just had some. There you go. Clark is here. I'm trying to lift my mic up so you can see him a little bit better. Robert, what's up, man? You gotta go paint? All right. So, yeah, we need to talk about what's going on with Resident Evil 9 on PC. I'm actually going to refer to my own Twitter for a moment, if you guys don't mind. Give me a second to bring it up. Okay. I want to bring it up on screen. Here we go. Okay, so this was posted on March 5th. All right. And I sourced where it was posted. The Game Business from Christopher Dring. In this write-up from the Game Business, Christopher Dring said that PS5 was the best platform. It was the top-selling platform for Resident Evil. And I just reported it. You know, it feels relevant because I cover PlayStation stuff. But look at some of the replies here, okay? Look at this. You have a throwaway comment by Dring with no data to back it. It's as useless as it gets. Even though Christopher Dring he's somebody who's proven to have access to this data through partners, but okay. Games sold better on Steam 1,000% certain. See, what I love about the internet in the year 2026, or maybe it's always been like this, maybe I've always loved this about the internet, is that this guy, I don't know who this is, by the way. I don't really care who it is. All I know is that this person wants people like me and people like you to believe them over an industry professional, Christopher Dring. Now, look, I'm not trying to make it sound like you got to trust all the professionals and all the journalists. I'm not saying that, but it's just like, bro, who are you? Like, literally, who are you? Like, why do you have this level of confidence with, like, think about it. You're sitting here accusing a person who's reporting on this stuff, saying you don't have any sources and you don't have anything to back it up. But then you follow it up by saying, I'm 1,000% certain it did better on Steam, but yet you have nothing to show either. Meanwhile, this person down here, Reality Check, they throw up a graph from Alinea Analytics, who makes it clear that they do estimates. From Google AI, 2.3 million copies on Steam and 1.6 million copies on PS5, early March 2026. Then consoles overtook. Well, what's interesting is actually it's for February. So there is, okay, I'm like surrounded by cats, boss. I'm trying to, okay, boss. I can't have any serious conversations on this channel. I can't have any serious conversations. Boss, you got 3 cat towers to choose from, bro. Cat alarm. I should have a cat alarm, yeah. I just listen, man. I don't want to fight PC players because I don't have a problem with most. I don't have a problem in general. Like, I don't have a problem with the PC ecosystem. If anything, I respect it, right? At least to a degree. I don't want to fight with PC players, but I don't understand. Like, this right here is why it's hard not to pay attention for me sometimes. And I want to emphasize that. You know, I want to emphasize that, like, me posting this on my Twitter, it attracts comments like this. And the thing is, there's a notion here. They want to fight me. They want to fight me. No, it's not even that they want to fight me. It's just they don't want this to be true. I know, Titus, you already know, bro. It's not going to happen. They don't want this to be true. And I question why that is. Because nobody's saying it did poorly on Steam. You know? And the only thing I can figure, honestly here, the only thing I can figure is it's because there's this notion that is kind of being pushed by certain groups of PC players, certainly, you know, influencers. And I don't think it's that wide-reaching, but it's wide-reaching enough that I will post something that's not even me saying it. It's like, here's the report, and it's getting some PC players on Twitter this upset. I think it's because there's this they want a battle where it's like we need the console, we need PlayStation to diminish, and we need PC to truly take over. And that's all I can guess. That's all I can guess, because it's like why? Like, why is it a big deal if it doesn't sell best on Steam? Because to be honest, when I was reading these replies, I'm like, all right, maybe. Name them, or what's the point of the blanket statements? I got a list. Let me get my list. Hold on. I'm just kidding. Well, to be honest, I don't keep track of them all. I just come across certain, like, random videos. I come across random channels, and there are some like well-known, more PC-oriented channels. Like, people always mention, oh no, it's Alex, right? And like how he very much pushes for, I don't want to say like, I don't watch his content enough to know if he like wishes for the death of console. I don't know that that's the case, but it could be. But he's very PC oriented. And there's others that I see that, like, especially on Twitter, like this, where they're very much like, you're a PC player. Nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Right? Like, if you like, I encounter it all the time where PC's the best. Here's why I like PC. It's like, that's fine. But it's just stuff like this where I get bombarded. That's crazy. You're saying, oh no, it's Alex as an Xbox guy hiding behind PCMR disguise. I don't believe that. That would be funny as hell if that was true. I don't believe that's true, because I don't believe it. It's just like, I think it's the other way around. I think he's a PC player. A lot of his audience are PC players. Some of my audience is PC players, and there's many other channels that are PC oriented. And I think what it is it's PC players get excited at the notion of, yo, Xbox is getting folded into PC, basically. That's good for us. Like, and it is. That is good for PC players. And you can understand why they want to see something similar happen with PlayStation, and I don't fault them. It's like, I get it. If I played on PC, that's what I would want to see too. But to be honest, it's this type of stuff, right? It's this type of stuff where it's like, how did it sell best on PlayStation when Capcom themselves confirmed the best-selling platform was PC? They didn't confirm that. Notice how 34 people agree with that, and that's just completely wrong. That's made up. That's literally made up. That chart above him is also made up. It's not fucking real, bro. But I'm the one that's supposed. Whoa, my bad. My bad for reporting that PS5 apparently was the best place. And that's the thing, is it's just like, I don't think it should be needed for anybody, including myself, to have to emphasize that consoles are relevant. PlayStation, at least the PlayStation console, maybe not speaking for any others, not going to speak for the Switch 2, although it seems very relevant, not going to speak for Xbox. I'm just saying that, like, this is where it perpetuates a greater notion. And that greater notion is that consoles slipping, consoles falling, people are leaving, everybody's going to PC, and it's like, that's just not true. PC is massive, PC is incredibly ubiquitous, and PC has its own merits that obviously it should stand tall with. My problem is when that's not reciprocated on the other end, when there is literal proof in front of people. That's what bothers me. Not a fanboy saying, no, console better. No, not that. When there's literal data and proof that says console's right up there doing its own thing. You know? That's all it is. And I just feel the need to highlight this because here's the important thing and the whole reason why I'm showing these responses. Not only is half of what you're seeing just made up, but they're completely wrong. Like, now we have the data, although we did get the data, you know? Capcom literally said 50% of sales are PC. Again, also wrong. They didn't say that about Resident Evil specifically. Half of the sales were on PC. Wrong. Sold. Look at this. Here. Look, this is what I mean. Look at how upset. Look at how upset. Dude, you got this guy. This guy responded twice right here for some reason. They're so upset. Sold best on PS5. LMFAO. Stop the bullshit. Out of 5 million copies sold, more than 2 million were already sold on Steam alone. This means PC accounts for around 45 to 50% of total sales across the platforms. The remaining 2 million plus copies are split between PlayStation, Xbox, and Switch 2 combined. Like, you know what I love? I love that they're just like, I'm telling you this. Do you understand? I'm telling you. I don't need to prove anything. I don't need to show anything. I'm just telling you. And I'm also telling you that the report you just showed me from Christopher Dring is wrong. I can't prove it's wrong, but I'm going to not only tell you it's wrong, I'm going to give you my own made-up data. Dude, Twitter is insane, bro. Twitter is fucking insane. Like, that to me is what it's just the level of, like, not only am I going to tell you you're wrong, not only am I going to laugh at it and look down upon it, but I'm going to make my own shit up and tell you that's right, and people are going to agree with me. If that doesn't perfectly encapsulate where we are in the year, like, in 2026, do you have the proof of every PC player saying this? Well, no, it's not all PC players. And you're saying all I've seen is him shitting on Steam, to be fair. Well, yeah, look, people come by, they say things. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. You know, that's the thing. I'm not trying to start beef. You know, I think people, they get upset because they're like, oh, you know, you're not saying names, you're not naming names. That kind of insinuates that I have some kind of major acts. I want to make it clear, my beef, right? If I have any beef, my beef, which I hate that term, my beef right now is with the people on my own Twitter replies saying this stuff. You know? Blatant lie. Look, here we go. Blatant lie. 36% PC. Physical sales is a strong indicator that overall PC is at 55 to 65%. Nobody on PC buys physical. That's not even possible on Amazon.uk. Cope harder. Cope harder. Like, dude, you replied to this twice. Nobody's coping here. Like, I literally just gave you the article and wrote a sentence. But again, here's where it gets. This is the whole point. This is the whole point. I get accused all the time of being salty about things. And I am at times. I can admit that. But this is the other side of it that you don't, I don't want to say you don't see it all, but you won't see that often. And here's the thing. This person says Capcom disagrees with me. No, Capcom doesn't disagree with me because Capcom can't disagree with factual data. Nobody can disagree. Nobody can disagree with factual data. You can reject it. You can't disagree with it as if it's an opinionated thing. And this, I'm glad this person, though, look at this. This person at least left what their actual investor report said. Resident Evil Requiem appears to leverage advanced visual technology, particularly for PC. Could you discuss your PC strategy going forward? Capcom says, as of the third quarter, okay, this is for their quarter, which was Q3. What are we looking at? I think Q3 was probably like around the holiday time of 2025. As of the third quarter, PC sales account for approximately 50% of total unit sales, and we expect this ratio to continue increasing. Accordingly, we will further strengthen our PC development framework. The technical expertise gained from addressing increasing program complexity and performance challenges in Monster Hunter Wilds will be applied to future title development. So, what we need to understand is when Capcom says this, they're talking about their entire catalog, including every single PC release, from Capcom that's going on sale on Steam sales. They're counting everything. So if your argument is, yeah, well, PC players like to buy Capcom games too, and PC players are doing their part, absolutely, yes. Nobody's saying they're not. And that's where you see the insecurity projected, where it's like they hear that, Resident Evil sold best on PS5? Impossible. Like this Capcom told me 50%. Yeah, Capcom's telling you PC players are buying a lot of their games. Half their games, bro. Like, what they're not telling you is Resident Evil. They're not telling you Resident Evil sold best on PC. They're telling you 50% of all of our games are sold on PC. And they're supporting PC because that's where they're making money. You know? Hold on, wait. This is funny. Project Helix 5000. Why, bro? Yes, you're right. Dude, get out of here with that nonsense. I'm not dealing with that anymore. I'm not dealing with it anymore. I don't want to hear no more. I mean, I'll deal with it. It's fine. You can't be coming in here. You can. It's fine. Just let me get it out. Let me vent. You can't be coming in here and accusing me of console warring on Christmas Day, man. In 2020, like, let it go. Let it go. I made a funny tweet that took me, 10 seconds to put out on Christmas morning because my family was still sleeping. Come on, bro. And everybody got mad. People were laughing. Everybody got mad. And it's like, whatever, man. Like, it's not serious. That's the point. It's not. People took it so serious where it's like, you're. What did my tweet even say exactly? You know what? All right. It's pretty bad. It was uncalled for, but it was still funny. I said a moment of silence for every kid that woke up to a Series S this morning. It's immature. That was an immature tweet, and I don't blame anybody for calling me out for it. But come on, bro. Like, people gonna act like that shit's not at least a little, like, just a little bit. If anything, I'm what makes it funny. Like, of course you're tweeting this on Christmas morning. God damn you, MBG. What is wrong with you? If anything, that's what makes it funny. And I'll take that. Anyway, John Hickert, you're saying, why didn't you go this in depth when Monster Hunter Wild sold better on PC? Or is it just because PlayStation has most sales for a W? We know what you do. Well, yeah, no, listen. I want to make it clear. Whoa. Hold on. John Hypocrite. You got to let me finish the segment. I want to make it clear that, again, if we go back here, this was posted. I posted this on March 5th, okay? I had no intention, none. I had no intention of going back and, like you said, going this in depth until today. And the reason why is because, yes, I remember. I remember putting this post out and having to deal with these asinine replies and people basically trying to dunk on me and tell me I'm wrong, even though I'm not the one who even stated this. I just I just sourced the report, you know? And granted, I was excited to see this. I'm not going to deny that. I'm excited to see a game that I personally am super enthusiastic about doing very well on the platform I prefer to play on. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm not going to celebrate that as a W. But the thing is, I don't, the point I'm trying to get at is I don't think I did this arrogantly. I don't think I was remotely arrogant. I don't think I came off as fanboyish. I think I did the right thing. And that's what pisses me off about certain people is they make it seem like that's all we want you to do, MBG. We want you to just do the right thing and be a normal, decent person. It's like, yeah, I'm trying to be that. Like I'm working hard towards that. You know? It's like, okay, I'm listening to the feedback. And I feel like that's exactly what this is. I didn't give my opinion. I didn't make it seem like a victory lap. But then I get crushed by the replies. And that's why today, or yesterday, I should say, I want to refer to this now. Look. Hold on. It's going to let me. Okay, so it's cut off a little bit because it's on Blue Sky. But this is why, like, you know, I'm basically told, like, you're wrong. You're just, you're fanboying. PC won. Like, PC won this one. It's like, okay, like, you're going against what is being reported, but okay, I guess. Notice how I didn't even fight back. Notice how I didn't reply to any of them. I didn't fight back because I'm like, all right, yeah, maybe Christopher Dring, I don't know. Maybe he was just completely guessing. Maybe he is wrong. But here we are, weeks later, and this is why I'm going this in depth, because we now have confirmation. And it's like, all this shit that people threw my way, wrong. And my question is, will I see them in the replies being like, my bad. You know that thing I said about being 1,000% certain? Turns out I wasn't so certain. Am I going to see any of that? No, I'm not going to see any of that. But I had to read all of it. Now I'm making all you read it. No, but really, Matt Piscatella says, anyways, yes, PS5 was also the lead platform for Requiem in the US during February. So it'll be interesting to get the results of March. Maybe it shifts in March. Maybe the conversation is different when we get the data for March. But PS5 was below 50% of the game's US full game dollar sales in the month, but it was the lead platform by a meaningful margin over PC. And that, to me, that right there is the salt in the wound of, like, not only were these guys, like, wrong, I mean, they were fucking totally wrong. They were wrong to a degree where it's like, yeah, like, PS5 did significantly better than PC. But you know what? I bet you, and this is the whole point I'm trying to get at, is that this is not me saying, I'm not telling you this. I'm not even celebrating this as a win. I think it is good for PlayStation. I think it's great to see that games are still doing well on PlayStation. The console's relevant. Sure. This isn't like a console fanboy, I was going to say console war, but it's not console war if it's against PC. This is just me highlighting that there are many PC players that I encounter that I don't take anything they say even remotely seriously. Not even a little bit. Because it's stuff like this where they prove that they are just as bad. And this is the point right here. You ready? They are just as bad and absolutely no different than the toxic console fanboys that they claim to be above and against. You are the exact same. not you, not talking to you guys. I'm just saying, like, the people in the replies and the people that sometimes come to my channel where it's like, we're not talking about PC players who are just like celebrating the enjoyment. They are no different. It's like when I see a toxic PlayStation player or a toxic Xbox player that want to come in and be like, yo, let me tell you why the only way I can enjoy any of this is by projecting my insecurities on a platform that doesn't even know I exist. Like, come on, dude. That's the stuff that bothers me. And that's why when I saw this report yesterday, I'm like, ain't no fucking way, bro. I'm like, ain't no way I got demolished in my replies by a bunch of PC fucking nerds just for them to be dead ass wrong, dude. Bro, that was the guy that was in here yesterday. He made another account. John Hipcrit, you're saying the other day you said Sony was worth $200 billion and physical games had a decent share of the sales when they only make up 5% in gaming. Lots of people lie. All right, well, I did. That's the thing. But here's the important part. And you can't deny this, John Hipcrit. And I think you were the one who pointed it out. You said they're not worth $200 billion. I'm like, oh, I thought they were. I go and I check. It's like they're worth like 130. It's like, I was wrong. My bad. And don't even get me started on physical. I don't want to go down the. Don't talk to me about physical games. I am a little bit in denial. I can admit I'm a little bit in denial about physical games because I don't want that to be true. That does upset me. Like knowing that physical gaming is just dying. That does upset me because it's like once it's dead, it's not coming back. And everybody seems to be just okay with that. And I'm like, damn it. Like, why are we okay with this? Like, we should fight a little bit harder to try to make sure this doesn't just completely die, man. I'm not saying I'm not saying gaming is over after that. I'm just saying, like, once it's gone, I don't think it's ever going to come back. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But I'm just saying, man, like, this is the type of stuff that gets to me a little bit. It doesn't keep me up at night or anything. It's not that serious. But I just can't stand the arrogance. You know? That's the thing. I feel like I've learned the hard way in life in some instances where I've had to learn to take the knee because it's like you are wrong. You're too arrogant. You're too bullish. You know, you're cocky. And sure, you can be those things if you're completely right. It's just a bad look. You know, and this isn't me saying I'm right. This isn't me trying to take a victory lap. This is me trying to point out that, you know, it's okay. Like, it's okay if Resident Evil Requiem sold best on PlayStation 5. And it's okay if sometimes PlayStation does get some wins. Just like sometimes PC gets some wins. Just like I guess Nintendo sometimes gets wins. Maybe. Everybody gets their wins and their losses. But I hope that the people who were so quick to just because you know what, it's hard not to take it a little bit personal. I'm not going to lie, where it's like you're trying to make me look stupid. That's what gets to me. And this is something I have to deal with. I get it. It's the internet. It's everywhere. It doesn't keep me up at night, like I said, but when I'm partaking in it, I do pay attention to it. And it is something I'm like, well, I see what's going on here. And it's the fact that it's like, there are people that try to diminish my reputation and make me look stupid. There are times where they do it and it's like, you know what? You got me. I have nothing to say other than, yeah, I was fucking wrong or I was stupid. But I don't like it when people take it this far where it's like it damn near starts to turn into like you're giving bad information, man. You know, like you're giving fake news, fake info, and you're doing so in the name of trying to get PlayStation fanboys excited. That's what frustrates me. It's like, that's not what I'm doing. Trust me, I know how to do that. It's easy to do that. I can make shit up if I want, you know? And I could sit here and take this position of like, I'm not fucking wrong. You're wrong. and create a bubble of delusion. I was been down that road with Blue Box, all right? I learned the hard way. So, anyway, I want to refer really quick. So, just to be clear, this is what I said today. I said PS5 was the lead platform for Resident Evil Requiem sales in the US in February, as revealed by Circana. Quote, it was the lead platform by a meaningful margin over PC. All right. This isn't me saying PC sucks. This isn't me saying gamers don't buy games on PC. This isn't me saying anything negative about PC. This is me taking a moment to point out that these people who were very quick to try to make me look stupid and make me feel stupid were completely wrong. And if anything, they're the ones, not all of them here, but they're the ones that should feel stupid, because it's like, meanwhile, oh man. Trending next to me, Chuck Norris, the Trump depression. Okay. We're going to move right along. We're gonna move right along, bro. So you, with a super chat, you're saying when gaming fans take an L, they always try to twist it and act like it's not an L. Like, come on, hold the L like a real man. Have some dignity. That's what I'm saying. That if anything, that's all I'm advocating for. Like, I'm just advocating for a little bit of humility. And I know it doesn't seem like that when I'm getting frustrated, but it's just, I just don't. I feel like we're in this weird state these days, man. Where like, yeah, there is good and there is bad, and you have to be able, in order to work yourself towards a place of balance, you have to be able to take the good with the bad and the bad with the good. And I understand that for a lot of people, their nature is to reject the bad, to reject the negative. And there's many reasons we do this, but it's like, dude, accepting the negative doesn't mean it has to, like, that doesn't mean you can't still partake and enjoy. If anything, it just means you're aware that nothing is perfect. And if you have your own feelings on like, well, I do think this may not be perfect, but I think it's very close and much better, you're allowed to feel that way. But you should not impose that on others. You know? And I want to wrap this topic about Resident Evil up with something that Push Square said that I think they put it pretty well. So they said here in response to this reporting, they said, contrary to common opinion, these results are to be expected, as PlayStation has always, as I'm stuttering here, like Grace, historically been the home of Resident Evil, excluding that weird period during the PS2 era where Capcom inexplicably prioritized the GameCube. But it's possible the Resident Evil series is growing as a whole, rather than the PS5 share being eroded. In fact, with 6 million sales already under its belt worldwide, we know it's the fastest selling entry in the series so far. So the takeaway here is that consoles are still relevant, and Capcom has been doing an outstanding job of expanding its audience, the audience of its games. And that is the bigger takeaway. In my opinion, the bigger takeaway is it's not that, PlayStation 5 beat PC. It's that it's not that, PC beat PlayStation 5 because PC's taking over. It's neither's taking over. It's like, yes, PlayStation has a deep history with Resident Evil, so there is an expectation that this game probably will sell best on PlayStation. But when you look at the fact that as a series, 6 million sold, fastest selling Resident Evil game of all time, PC plays a major role in that. So it's good. It's just good overall, you know? It's good overall. And yeah, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm not happy to see, like I said, this game that I'm a huge fan of, that I supported myself and, bought a physical copy, platinumed it. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm not happy to see, like, oh, cool. Like, it's nice to know that the platform I'm playing on, there's so many other people that are doing the same thing. Like it's nice to see that it's the lead platform because it tells you something clearly that console is still very relevant. I'm just tired of the anti-console people, man. That's all. That's all it really comes down to. I just wish that these PC trolls online, believe it or not, and I know a lot of people don't believe it, but it's like I am against the crazy fanboyism. I think that should be clear by now. Like, I'm against the crazy fanboyism. Like, I'm not against people being like just general fanboys where it's like, I love this thing and I'm rooting for this thing and I'm cheering this thing on. Like, if you want to cheerlead, I get it. I do that too sometimes. But I'm against the radical, like over the top, like, just assholery that comes with people being not just fans, but being anti something. That can get overbearing, and I just think it's frustrating at times when I encounter that on the PC side of things, where it's like, guys, why can't some of you guys just accept that console's fine? Most do. I have PC players on my channel here that understand consoles are fine, bro. Play where you want to play. Enjoy what you want to enjoy. Even though they prefer PC. I don't understand why this has to be so difficult. That's all I'm saying. And you know what? If in the end, final thing I'll say here, if in the end, when it's all said and done, lifetime sales of Resident Evil 9, PC was the lead, I will take the L. I will say, I sat there ranting for like 30 to 45 minutes about this topic on a stream, and it turns out I was wrong in the end. I take the L. I accept it. I embrace it. I hug it. I hug the L. John Hipcrit, you're saying Wilder mode on Death Stranding 2 requires a new save. Oh, shit. You mean anti-corporation? Whoa. Hold on. See, I watch you, John Hipcrit. You like to troll a little bit, too. Yeah, Devil Shooter's a PC guy. Well, I mean, yeah, I think about this, too, sometimes. When we talk about anti-corporation. Tarnish, did I miss your super chat? For some reason, it says it was retracted. Tarnished. Do you think you could tell me again? Hold on. I don't know why. I'm assuming you retracted it, right? Yeah, Tarnish, you're going to have to just tell me with a regular chat because it's not showing up for me now. Just type it again in the chat and I'll read it. I don't know why it says it was retracted. I mean, look, when we talk about being anti-corporation, PCMR Nerd says my keyboard smells like Doritos. It's okay. It's entertainment for me. Console is living on borrowed time. I don't think so. I do not think so, man. I think you might see potential transformations, but I don't think because keep in mind, the idea of a console is something that is what I mean to say is it will always be relevant. The idea of what a console represents will always be relevant. Now, keep in mind, I'm saying the idea. That's why I'm saying transformation. Keep in mind that the whole point of a console is to make it as easy as possible for the more average gamer to partake in higher end gaming. That's the point. It's to thread that needle, to find that middle ground of like, so you don't want to sit at a desk and worry about PC specs and drivers, and you don't want to do that, but you do want to play the latest AAA games, and you'd rather do so just sitting on the sofa, and chilling out, kind of like similar when you sit down and watch a movie and you're relaxing. Yeah, that's why console, in my opinion, is not on borrowed time, because there's always going to be a desire. There's always going to be a large group of people that want to play that way. But, will we reach a point where you can achieve that without hardware? Sure. Yeah, I think that's inevitable. If that's what you mean, and I guess that does kind of remove the whole, can you call it console gaming if you're not literally doing it from a physical, console natively? I guess no, I suppose you can't, but I imagine there's always going to be something, like it's like when we talk about Sony not making PlayStations anymore, it's like, I don't think so, man. Like, I don't think so. Even if we're talking about the PlayStation 8 in the year, all right, in the year like, I don't know, when would the PlayStation 8 come out? So 2027 for the PS6, probably be done by like 2034, PlayStation 7. That'll probably go to 2041. Oh my God. PlayStation 8 in the year 2041, bro. And it's only going to sell 40 million units. But you know what? That's 40 million Sony will definitely take. They're going to make it. There's 30 million people still ready to buy the PlayStation 8 in 2041. Sony will still make that PlayStation 8. Because why wouldn't they want those sales? It's the same reason why Microsoft, even though they have almost no reason to do so, it's why Microsoft won't admit, like, we're done with console. Like, they're still making some kind of console because they're like, yeah, bro, we still got like maybe 10 million people. That's a lot of people, It's certainly far from the largest amount, but that's a large group of people, and they're going to try to make money on them. But yeah, I don't think console is necessarily on borrowed time. I mean, it is technically, in the sense that technology will advance and gaming at the level that people want to game is going to be more and more accessible without needing to spend exorbitant amounts of money. Well, actually, I'm talking more long term here. I'm really referring to like cloud streaming. Because what I just said, it seems like it's the opposite, because components and hardware is getting more expensive. John Hipcrit, you're saying the better tech gets, handhelds that dock will take over from traditional consoles. They get better all the time, and things like DLSS, PSSR helping performance. Yeah, like I could see the PlayStation 8 just being a handheld with an optional dock that you could buy. And yeah, it's like they'll have an accessory line and whatnot, because it just makes sense. Where, I mean, if we're already thinking about how much further things can be taken with the PlayStation 6, then you imagine it's really going to be taken to the absolute limit with the PlayStation 7. Where do you go from there? So you're not wrong. The PS8 in 2048. Oh, man. ABG, this is my super chat. React to this. DLSS 5 has shown discourse is dead. It's an important one. Very short, too. DLSS 5 has shown discourse is dead. Hold on, let me see.
Digital Foundry saw DLSS.
Oh, wow. This guy's background is funny. It's like this blue wall with some paint on it. I think this is the one you're telling me to. All right, let me, I'll bring this up. I'm going to watch this because I actually am interested in this. Before I do, though, I just wanted to say one thing real quick. I'm going to put it on screen. I'm going to react to it, but I just want to say this one thing. When it comes to being anti-corporation, listen, I feel like one of the things I personally struggle with in this space more than anything is I'm able to, whether I want to or not, that's not the point. I am able to always reorient myself to see different perspectives, to see things through a different lens. And I may not agree with it, and that certainly may not be the lens that I look through 80 to 90% of the time. But I do kind of pride myself on being willing to do that. And I feel like, unfortunately, the reason why I'm so curious about this video that you recommended to me, Tarnished, is because I really do genuinely feel like whatever I just described right there, whether it be proper discourse, nuanced discourse, being able to have an open conversation, an open mind, I do think that the way things are going in this space, alongside many others, internet reactions, the hyperbole behind everything, the raw emotion behind everything, it does feel like it's indicative of a greater problem in our society as a whole. And I don't even mean just like American society or European society or whatever. I'm talking like just as a whole, bro. It feels like it. Titus. Armani, I love you, man. Come on, show that Sony tattoo under your hat. Never. Dude, Armani, I love it. I love it. I love when I'm like getting dead. I'm giving like this dead ass serious monologue. Just forget it. I'm just simple. Let me just simplify it by saying, I do fear. No, it's not a fear. It's just something I know. Being level-headed and open-minded it has been turned into a weakness, and it's becoming something that is not really respected as much anymore. From what I can tell. In many spaces. And it's very concerning, man. Like, it's very concerning. Anyway. Because I'm going to end up going into different territory here. Armani with a super chat saying, blank winning blank from Crimson Desert or Captain America in Raw Strength. You know what? Hold on. Name of main characters in Crimson Desert. I feel like you're trying to say the name of the main character. Cliff. Kliff. Okay, so that... See, I got it, Titus. I got it. I'm on it. He put 2 Ks instead of an L, a KL. But I got it. See, I got you. Armani. No, it's all good, bro. So you're asking the age-old question: who's winning, Cliff from Crimson Desert or Captain America in Raw Strength? I'm gonna say Captain America because Cliff, I think his strength needs to be built up. He has to become stronger, to whereas Captain America is just already maxed out. So there we go. Cliff spelled with a K. Yeah, I'm gonna say Captain America wins. All right, let me bring this video up. I don't know what this video is going to be like. I don't know if I don't know who this person is, nor do I know if I'm going to agree with them or not. But it was recommended to me by Tarnished. So if this is a bad video, you guys blame Tarnished. Okay, I'm taking a chance here, but the title intrigues me. Hold on, for some reason it's not letting me. Hold on. Oh, dude, I love how he's using his mouse on his knee there. That's funny. Is that man homeless? I mean, he looks like he's in a home. I don't think he's homeless. I don't know who this is. I've never Well, I'll tell you what, this person has 663,000 subscribers. I'm going to say they're not homeless. It's a style. All right. The title of this is DLSS 5 has shown that discourse is dead. So again, I don't know what to expect here. I've not watched this video. Let's check it out.
Digital Foundry saw DLSS 5, gave their opinions about it, got attacked, and have now said in a follow-up video that with hindsight they should have waited to see the reaction from their audience before reaching conclusions about it.
Before I go any further, I do want to make sure to read the super chat. Armani, you're saying, what are you more excited to play? 097 in 1 month. I know you mean 007. I know you mean 007. And a half, or Crimson Desert. I'm going to like Crimson Desert, but you also would like 007. I think between the two, I'm more excited about 007. And I'm not even really a James Bond fan, but I'm thinking 007 just because I kind of really like the, I don't know. I like that it feels like it's kind of scratching that big action adventure itch that, you know, there's no games quite like it really coming out or that have come out recently, in my opinion. So, yeah, Armani, I'm going to say for right now, 007 for me. Yeah, it's kind of like Uncharted a little bit. And I like the hand-to-hand combat in 007 actually looks really cool, too, which is a big plus for me. All right.
So, what's the point in watching Digital Foundry anymore if all they're going to do is to parrot exactly what their audience wants to hear? I'm disappointed with them. There was nothing wrong with their first video. It was very clearly a first impressions piece. They got to see the technology for several hours across several games, which in my opinion makes them still more qualified than most people are to give their thoughts about it, which their first video did, providing opinions and technical analysis about the technology. And so to see them backtrack just because they got a few death threats here and there has made me question what they represent as a company anymore. I go to them because they love and understand tech. I don't go to them for clickbait or drama. I don't go to them to know what the popular thought about a topic is. I wouldn't watch them if all they did was just to ride the coattails of whatever trend or mindset is currently popular. So for them to so transparently pivot just because of some backlash and a few death threats makes me question if they have their own opinions anymore, if they're just going to go down the route of least resistance to save face every time this happens. I did my own video about DLSS 5 and received my own fair share of death threats, so I haven't missed out. I notice these days that it's not enough just to disagree with someone online anymore. If they disagree with you, they have to cancel your very existence off the face of the earth. So for these last 24 hours, I've had my video wrongly flagged by sponsor block, then I've had people attacking me for being sponsored without declaring it, I've also been accused of being a pedo, of being complicit in genocide in the Middle East, and someone even tried to find out where my children lived, which, if I had children, I'd probably take quite seriously.
Yo, wait, hold on. What the fuck was his last video? I mean, dude, what he just said, I can only assume his last video was something so heinous, so serious. He showed interest in DLSS 5. That's it. I mean, yo, yeah, I mean, John Hypocrite, there's a reason why I'm not trying to get so big. I don't know. I don't know, man. That's crazy and actually scary. Well, hold on. So I'm at 1 minute and 46 seconds. I'm going to finish watching that video. I'm just checking this real quick to see. Real-time mobile game ad rendering, a leap straight to AI slop. All right, let me go back here.
Digital Foundry saw DLSS 5, gave their opinions about it, got attacked. Seriously. But you know what all this didn't do? It didn't change my thoughts about DLSS 5. It just made me lose a bit more faith in humanity. It's just impossible to have a proper discussion without people resorting to dirty tactics these days. Sure, you disagree with my stance on DLSS 5, but rather than use logic and reason, you just try to dismiss my point and character by accusing me of doing the world's longest fart. I kid you not, someone has actually done that. It's like Idiocracy came early. I stand by what I said in my DLSS video, and despite people making it out like it's the worst thing in the world, if anybody actually watched my video that I made on the topic, they'd have seen it was quite an objective analysis of what we've seen from it so far, based around the technical details of the technology and speculation about where it could go next. I pointed out its pros and cons, and cleared up some mistakes that I've seen other people making about it. Namely the lips, which haven't been made plumper by the AI. I won't cover that again in this video since I have other more important things to say with my own lips, but I will note the number of people using the lips getting plumper to dismiss my entire video is rather telling, since it proves they haven't even seen my video about it that they apparently disagree with so much. They are hating on me just because I didn't outright hate on DLSS 5, and that's a real problem that's going to be the death of discourse online. This goes far beyond DLSS 5 and AI. This is about the future of the internet. So to see Digital Foundry, one of the few remaining
Well, very interesting. I'm going to continue. Yeah, I'm going to keep playing this, but I just want to say, like, I feel like I know exactly what he's going to say. Like, I feel like he just said it. Like, it's... I mean, somebody could interpret this as you just had a really, 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 really bad take. And, you know, you're not responding well to the criticism that people are bringing your way for that really bad take. But I do understand that what he's emphasizing here does go beyond that, because if you look around, it really is just like, dude, people, so much of just being considered relevant on the internet or worth listening to is like, you have to have a perfect track record. You can't ever have bad takes. You can't ever be excited about something that, the minority are excited about. And it does, I don't know. As I'm sitting here listening to him talk about this, I'm just wondering, has this always been the case all across humanity? Or is this something that has really just risen up in recent years on the internet? I think it's always been around. And I think it ebbs and flows. And I think, I don't know. I think you just got to get to a point where it really is just like, I hate to say this because it sounds bad. Like, it sounds like I'm saying, like, give up. I'm not saying give up, but you do have to get to a point. Can I hold my mic? I could. You have to get to a point where you have to not give a fuck. It's hard. It is hard. Like, I'm not going to lie. It's not as easy as some people make it sound. It's not, like, especially if you're trying to be somewhat professional, or if you're trying to make a living, or if you're, if you have a reputation that you're trying to build or something. But really, at the end of the day, like, I think it is beneficial to just always remember that you're allowed to like what you like. You're allowed to have your opinions on things, and your opinion is just as valid as the next person's. It's because it's just, I gotta be careful. I don't want to get overly philosophical again, but what he's describing, it all just comes down to hierarchies, man. It's all just hierarchies. Digital Foundry was considered to be high up on this hierarchy, and that's why people are making such a big deal about it, where it's like they had spent years building credibility and respect and moving up that hierarchy, where why would I listen to this guy or that guy or anybody else out there when I can listen to Digital Foundry? They're the go-to. And, you know, a lot of times when stuff like this happens, people build up an expectation, and that expectation is placed upon whoever is there in that, you know, high position in the hierarchy. And you know, it's like all it takes is like, dude, the people below you can make the exact same mistake you made 10 times over. Nobody cares. But because you're so high up, because you've climbed so high, it just becomes that much easier to fall off, man. You know, it becomes that much easier. And that's why I think really at the end of the day, the best attitude to have towards all of this is who fucking cares? You know, like you really, I don't like, not in a chaotic way. I feel like that's too easy. Fuck the world. I'm the Joker, bro. Like, and I'm not saying like be a villain. That's the easiest thing to do. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like you just have to not care. And I know it's ironic coming from me because look at me. I just showed you, but that's what I'm saying. Like it's easier said than done. I just showed you a bunch of posts on my Twitter of like, look at this, man. Imagine if you got death threats. I mean, dude, that's the thing is it's just like at the end of the day, we're just animals, man. A lot of people don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that because humanity has, I mean, look, man, humanity has done some great things, and we clearly are at the top as far as we're aware, you know, here on planet Earth. But it's like, dude, we are still just animals. Like, we adhere to many basic, primitive, you know, biological, evolutionary-driven standards that we always resort to. You know, that we'll always go back to because we are still just human. And I think that's why conversations like this are it's interesting to hear conversations like this because it is nothing new. This has been around since, you know, since the creation of language, since people learned to speak to one another and discourse became a thing. You know, it's always been this way, man. And yeah, it's very psychological. That's why it fascinates me because it's so deeply psychologically driven, and it has been fascinating to watch the people turning on Digital Foundry the way they have, where it's like, you know, there's an argument to be made that you should have never placed Digital Foundry in that, you know, that high up in the hierarchy to begin with, because maybe we just need to realize that hierarchies are kind of primitive. Maybe. Or maybe not. Anyway. MEG, there's nothing new under the sun. The sun has seen it all. It's very true. Okay. All right, let me continue this. Sorry, I'm just kind of rambling at this point. Let me see what else is going to be said here. Saying, no, they deserve the praise. They do great work in a hard subject consistently. Well, that's the thing, though, right? Is that's like, I'm not against the idea of them getting the praise. I'm just saying, like, people, I guess what I mean to say, a better way to put this, Titus, is like, people need to understand, like, you're dealing with people. You know what I mean? Like, Digital Foundry is run by people, like human beings. That's why I feel like the biggest thing that people had a problem with, from what I can tell, with Digital Foundry is they picked up on something. They're like, something is different about Digital Foundry, like Richard Ledbetter and I forget the other guy, but these two guys, especially Richard Ledbetter being like the founder of Digital Foundry, of like, there's something different about them in this video. And what was different is they were excited. Like they were like, you could tell they were like caught up in like, wow, this is fucking like, this is kind of mind blowing. Like they were excited and impressed. And that's where you see like, ah, yes, there it is. They're human beings. They're not robots. They're not machines. You know? And that's the great irony of it. It's like we're watching human beings get excited about this fucking AI technology. You know, it's like, dude, of course they were going to talk more in depth about it. Of course they were going to be more critical of it. It's like, but in this particular initial reaction, like they're just, and you know what it reminds me of? I'll put it to you this way. It reminds me of like, what it's like if somebody were to watch the reveal of a new game and stream their reaction, and maybe I'm sure this has happened to me before, maybe with like Ghost of Yotei potentially. I'd have to go back and figure out which one, but like, you know, like, oh my god, that was sick, like hype, bro. I'm actually stoked for this, and then like everybody's like, what are you, fucking stupid? Like, that's horrible. This is one of the worst things I've ever seen. And you realize like you're not alone, but there's very few people. You're in the vast minority here, you know, and that's where it's like, yeah, dude, people can say what they want. I'll let you in on a little secret. Okay, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret about the way humans work, human psychology. 99.99% of the people that are out there giving their opinions, they have something to say about something. People who are viewed as like, the take master, you know, whoever, it could be whoever. There's so many content creators now. There's so many, not even just content creators, but like influencers. Like, dude, make no mistake, human beings are driven towards herd mentality because that's how we survived. Like, I don't want to get too in the weeds with this, but it's like, if you want to know why people are the way they are, how things really work, just look into evolution. Just do research into evolution. Go look at how human beings survived up till this point, especially in like much, much harsher conditions. You're talking about us coming from an evolutionary standpoint where, you know, thousands of years ago, you go against the tribe, you get exiled. You know what happens when you get exiled? You die. You'll do anything and everything to make sure that doesn't happen. You still see that. You still see that baser instinct, that lower layer of psychology dominate so much of what we do, man. You know? And it comes through in different ways now, because it's like, yeah, today you are allowed to completely go against the tribe, and you're not going to be literally exiled where it's like you're not allowed to fucking be part of the group anymore. And what that means for you is no food, no shelter. You can't survive. You got to go out there and figure it out on your own. Good luck. You know, that's not what that looks like now. What it looks like now is, oh, you do this for a living. Oh, you make money, and that's your means of survival. We're going to take that away from you. We're going to try very hard to take that away from you and get you out of here. And that's kind of the funny thing about it, is it's like, it's not funny, but it's the reality of it. It's like, this is why you will see people, you know, they will pivot, and they'll be like, you know what? And that's ironic too, because I just had this whole conversation about taking L's and being humble. And you could make an argument that could be where that's derived from, where it is in the name of self-preservation. It could be in the name, you know, on a deeper psychological level, of herd mentality, sheep mentality, whatever, you know? But I don't know, man. MBG, if I keep replying to your tweets, will you exile me? Maybe. I don't know. It depends on how I'm feeling that day. All right, I'll finish the video. I'm sorry. We believe in generations kind of pivot. Exactly. I don't want to be left behind, bro. All right? I can't make it out here on my own. No, but I mean, think about it, dude. Like, no one's going to give it up. No one's going to give it up, man. The only people who can give it up are the ones who can afford to give it up. And that's the thing. You get rich You find success, you get what they call fuck you money. What do you think fuck you money is? Why do you think they call it that? It means you can live like a king or a queen on your own terms, and you can literally go around saying, this is what I think, this is what I believe, and fuck you. I don't need anything from you. I don't need to be part of a group. I don't need to be part of anything. I can take care of everything. But even then, there's a social psychology aspect to it. I'm not, all right, I'm going off the rails now. What's my viewership at? How many viewers did I lose? Let me see. I've canceled myself here. Hold on. All right, not too bad. Not as bad as I thought. Not great, but
bastions online of non-clickbait tech analysis bow to this pressure. It now makes me question who is left to deliver actual thoughts and opinions that are different from just the hive mind status quo. Hardware Unboxed. At least they've been against ray tracing and upscaling since the start. They've had a very pro-AMD stance in every analysis of the tech since the beginning of the RTX era, which, while I disagree with, and I think they're wrong about it, and most other people do to some extent now, I do at least commend their consistency. They stick to their guns. We need those different opinions. And look, I managed to disagree with them without sending death threats. It isn't hard to have that baseline level of decency. While I appreciate some of the journalism that they do, I find I can no longer sit through an entire video of Gamer's Nexus these days because he's become increasingly clickbaity and dramatic in his presentation. I get why, it's what's popular. Naturally, pursuing what's popular will make you more popular, and the more unpopular thoughts and opinions will naturally wither away. And that's exactly how the internet becomes a hive mind. You shouldn't want that, even if you might agree with the hive mind about certain things. It's not a case of us versus them, it should be a matter of different opinions and discourse so that you can become more knowledgeable about a topic. And just because you agree with one side, it doesn't mean you have to agree with everything that side is doing to the other. And when you're trying to justify death threats and character assassinations, or brushing that to one side and saying, well, they do have a point, you know, maybe just take a step back and question if you're being objective yourself. The number of times I've received death threats and false accusations these past few years really saddens me, because it's clear that hardware is becoming just as polarised and as hateful as politics has always been, and I find myself caught up in the middle of it. And believe me, it's very tempting to change, to become just another fad-chasing drama queen. I see the slow, painful death of my channels occurring by not agreeing with whatever's currently popular, and by not chasing current trends and opinions. But I know that, as painful as that might be, and as painful as all the death threats I receive might be, the real death of my channel would come when I abandon my thoughts and passion for the topic, and become just another shill who parrots whatever the mainstream wants to hear. Because then how am I any different from everybody else? It's not like I wouldn't change my mind about something, but I wouldn't do it from blatant peer pressure from those who clearly don't care about the subject matter, even if doing so might be the easiest and least damaging way out of an attack on my person. And believe me, sticking with what I believe to be right isn't the profitable thing to do either. To receive the brunt of a wave of haters spouting word for word what technical geniuses like Asmongold have said in his live stream last night, it's not pleasant, and it has long-lasting implications for my channels. I'm still being hounded for comparing upscaling methods in Hogwarts Legacy, and that was over 3 years ago now. Being a YouTuber these days is death by 1,000 cuts, and I take it as testament to how much I cover and how long I've been doing it for that I've amassed as many scars as I have. But it does suck to have your behaviour dictated by a group that doesn't even care about you or the subject matter that you're covering, and whose only interest is in making you a talking piece for whatever goals they have, else they'll threaten and cancel you. So I'll summarise. You might genuinely dislike DLSS 5, and that's fine. There's still value to seeing videos that you might disagree with. You don't have to give them death threats, you don't have to abuse the sponsor block feature to cancel off the video and stuff. You can choose not to watch it if you don't want to. You don't have to attack me, and likewise I won't attack you for ignoring me. Opinions are opinions. Which is why it sucks to see Digital Foundry change theirs from what's just a blatant display of aggressive peer pressure from people with no real interest or understanding of the ins and outs of the technology that they're witnessing, whose understanding about it doesn't extend beyond AI bad, or you're bad because AI is being used for something else somewhere else that I disagree with, therefore I'm going to blanket attack any use of AI anywhere. They will justify hatred against you until any discussion about the topic is on their terms, and wholly irrelevant to the entire reason you were making a video about it in the first place. I hate that hardware has become a source of justified outrage and aggression towards strangers online. Digital Foundry bore the brunt of that last night. So I implore Digital Foundry, Don't pander to the haters. Have your own thoughts and opinions. Gain a few cuts along the way, but remain yourself and know that there is a silent majority that does just watch and appreciate you for who you are. And losing those by diluting your content down is the real tragedy here. You don't want to clog your content up with warnings and disclaimers and notes about what everybody else in the world thinks about something that you actually know more about it than they do, because they sure as hell won't give you the same level of courtesy back. The haters will rage and storm on for what seems like an eternity, but mark my words, after all this drama has blown away, they'll just have moved on, no worse for wear, to make some other poor content creator's life and misery elsewhere. But you, if you have in any way compromised your integrity for those haters, it'll just be your remaining and disillusioned audience left to watch you pick up the pieces.
God damn. That was an interesting one. Yeah, I mean, it's very topical, certainly. Hold on, let me bring this back here. And John Hipcrit, I'm sorry, man, I missed your super chat. You said they spent 7 hours with it and made a video right after. Artists like programmers and almost everyone else worried about AI taking jobs will start to have these kinds of reactions. It's not because of the tech. It's that the tech will take their jobs. That's it. Yeah. Well, I mean, I do think that it is natural. People are going to, they're going to worry about a technology like AI, you know, far beyond just an isolated, like, here's this one thing it's doing for a game or a couple of games versus what are the wider implications of this industry. But people need to realize by now, dude, like, I don't know. I get a, no, I didn't see that one yet, Ray. Maybe I'll check that out at the end of the stream. MBG, I mean, they spent so much time with it, got excited, and it showed because they recorded so soon after using it, literally in a hotel room. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. This is, I feel like, if you look a little bit deeper into this, you know. Hold on, I'm sorry, I'm trying to go back to my. If you look a little bit deeper into this, you begin to realize that there's a deeper concern, not just about AI. AI, excuse me, I think is at the. Sorry, I'm like getting hiccups now. AI is at the center of it. MBG Digital Foundry literally changed their genuine informed opinion to a fake one due to peer pressure. The discourse is so bad out there. Well, yeah, because, like, dude, I've been down this road as well, you know, where I said earlier, like, you just have to not care. Like, like, if you love DLSS 5, love it. Who cares? If you hate it, hate it. I just think at the end of the day, man, like, you have to just do your part, you know? And I think a lot of people, they overinflate what their part should be. And I think it's like, if Digital Foundry, it's the overinflation of it that causes the problems, man. Where, like, Digital Foundry, if a person watched that video that they recorded in a hotel room where they're excited about this, like, genuinely, and they're informed about it, you know, as in, like, they're considered the foremost experts in this field, right? And they're like, yeah, this is great. And there's minimal criticism, and they're not really talking about downsides. Then, you know, you as the individual, what you should do is your part in, and I want to make it clear, the majority do. That's the sad part. The majority do exactly this, but unfortunately the majority end up getting drowned out by the, it's always the same thing. It's the vocal minority that is willing to go above and beyond, to be the loudest, most obnoxious dickhead in the room, to where nobody's even paying attention to the fact that there's 90 people in this room that are all just simply saying the same thing in agreement, which is, this feels like you guys are missing really key aspects here that you should have a more critical eye towards. And that's what 90% are saying. Like, this feels like you guys got a little overly excited and maybe missed the forest for the trees here. In that there are quite a few things here that we should be worried about, that we should be asking questions about, that we shouldn't just immediately assume this is all going to work out great. Unfortunately, it is the 10% that they want to turn it into something more. They want to do more than just their part. They want to make sure that this is that an example is going to be made, that Digital Foundry is no longer going to be listened to. And a lot of times that vocal 10%, they do it out of fear, because they're just that wrapped up in their own world, where it's like, you get, like, there are people out here that they despise AI so much. And it's kind of like what you were saying, Titus, is like, there is a real fear of like, well, this is a type of shit that's going to ruin people's jobs and livelihoods and ruin the industry. And it's like, that's a valid fear. Absolutely. Like, we should acknowledge that. But then there's like that one person that's like, so now I have to make it my mission to like basically burn all of this with fire and do it in any way I can. If that means going absolutely berserk and, creating trying to create like a hive mind, creating like a chant practically, creating a slogan, AI, we got to make sure the term AI slop is completely proliferated and it's all we reduce it down to, and that to me, it is regressive. But if we look just a little bit deeper, if we look at it under a microscope, which most people won't, you start to understand why people are becoming so regressive so rapidly. And the reason they're becoming so regressive so rapidly is because things are changing so rapidly. Things are changing so rapidly. Our brains, if you look at the way information is, like, I gotta be careful. I want to be careful what I talk about here, because I don't want to derail the conversation too much. But it's just, if you look at the way information is dispersed and consumed, it makes complete sense why people are desperately wanting things to stop. And the regression is explained, and it's damn near justified. And the desperation that people have to do everything and anything possible to make sure that we can't make things worse, like, we can't let this get any worse than it already is understandable. However, it also, with that, it just comes, there comes a lot of chaos. There comes a lot of angst. There comes a lot of emotion. And it's why I was saying earlier, like, you're starting to see more and more shades of what human beings really are, which is, at the end of the day, we are intelligent. Of course, we have intellect. We believe we have reason. We have the ability to reason, right? And yet, so much of what we see is it's slowly is getting reduced back down to what looks like, like cavemen wanting to bash each other over the head. Ultimately, I'm right, you're wrong. Bonk, No, I'm right, you're wrong. Bonk. And I mean, we see that in the world, literally on a larger scale. That is going on in the world right now, and it's a shame, because it starts to really feel like, even though we are seemingly so intelligent and we have the gift of reason and we can build technology and we can seemingly advance, there's still just this major aspect on a much more foundational and fundamental level that we will never get past. That we will never get past, man. Boss is here. He's like, I'm listening, bro. You get what I'm saying, boss? Do you get what I'm saying, dude? Boss, have you lived past lives? Are you a reincarnate soul? What are you looking at? And I know it sounds so bad. I make it sound so bad, but it's just people are seeing it. People are seeing it. And they're having a hard time processing it and fathoming it. And you know, it's why, like, when I talk to you guys, like, but is it anything new? It's like, of course it's not new, man, because we're not new. Human beings and the human race, we're not new. In the bigger picture of things, we are. On the grand scale that is all of time. Titus knows, bro. He's like, Armani's got me. Okay, I'm going to go cry in a corner now. Bye-bye. Armani Coleman with the $5 check. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for this. I mean, I know you guys appreciate it. Feels like in the middle of my streams is when we start to get philosophical. We talk gaming, we do our normal gaming thing, and then we start to make it all philosophical. It's hard not to, though, man, because I don't know. I see a lot of what's going on, and I'm just trying to make sense of it and explain it. And unfortunately, there are some things that can't be explained, but there is a lot that can be. And the things that can be explained, it's like, well, this is a bit of a depressing truth, isn't it? Armani, you're saying Cliff has some pretty good combat, though, like the kicks, wrestling, and punches with other moves, like the leg sweep that seems cool and satisfying. I'm sure it is. Absolutely. Absolutely, man. The leg sweep. Hell yeah, Armani. Armani's hype. Armani's like, MBG, I don't know nothing about what you're saying right now, bro, but I am excited for Crimson Desert. And I'm sorry. I don't know if I need to apologize, but like, I do want my streams to be a place where people feel like they can get away from a lot of the stress and stuff. And I'm not trying to like necessarily make that a thing that's prevalent here, but you can feel it. You know what I mean? You can feel that, like, even when you just want to enjoy the gaming industry or following video games or video game coverage, it's been like this. It feels like it's been building up more and more every year. And I don't know if it's going to reach a boiling point or if it's just going to be a new normal. It feels more like a new normal, unfortunately. But yeah, you could feel things just kind of seeping in. You're right about the hierarchy effect. When your level of influence rises, your opinions and even what you say draw more criticism and expectation because of the sphere of impact. Yeah, and it's just the natural way of things, man, because, I mean, again, like, if you go back to human evolution, like, how did we as a group survive? Like, as a species, like, we had to let somebody in the tribe, in the pack, to lead, and it was in your best interest, as well as everybody else's, to who's the smartest person, like, who really knows. Let them lead, because there's a higher chance of survival for everybody here. And that's really all this is we just have this natural imperative to progress. It's why even in video games, even with DLSS 5, it's like everything is trying to go towards further progression. But, you know, the times have changed. You know, progression now is no longer like, hey, bro, we invented electricity. This is going to revolutionize the world. Like, now it's like, check out these video game graphics. and it's like, don't you understand? This is going to kill video games. This is going to ruin everything. And it's like, well, I mean, yeah, it could be, but we got to progress, right? Like, we got to keep going. MBG, I'm going to clip that, rip the audio, and make it my ringtone. I'm right, you're wrong, bonk. I mean, that pretty much sums up humanity, though, doesn't it? The history. Higher-ups never told developers they were unhappy about DLSS 5 changes to art direction. No one told them about it. They found out when the public saw it. Well, yeah. So, again, I just think that I think in the end, if we really want to truly progress and we want to make sure that we, if we're just talking about the video games industry, I'm not going to talk about anything outside of the video games industry. I am a video game channel. If we want to see the video game industry continue to progress and to improve, then absolutely criticism is more than necessary. It needs to be there. It should be desired. Criticism and feedback should be desired because that's the only way things can improve. But I think we are really at a point where it is not what you say, it's how you say it. And I think that unfortunately, because of so many things that are going on outside of the video game industry, it is having a negative impact, a negative influence. And that negative influence, I think, comes in the form of, it gets really messy. It comes in the form of younger generations having a different set of expectations. It comes in the form of, the older generations seemingly not agreeing on anything. And it also comes in the form of, I would say, people finding it harder and harder for some reason to just, for lack of a better, I was going to say be normal, but normal's not the right way to put it, to just be a little bit considerate. Decency is the word, perhaps, that should be used. Where I do think that the biggest problem we see right now is not the message that's being delivered, it's the way in which it's being delivered. I think that it's becoming more and more common for, I would say, really negative behavior and really, really shitty behavior, frankly, to be justified through, but it's entertaining. Like we're watching, and it's fun to watch, and it's interesting. And it's like, yeah, but you have to think about the potential long-term damage this is doing. Because the more popular something gets, because it's entertaining, drama is very entertaining. But the more popular it becomes, again, like, yes, the higher it goes in the hierarchy, you got to be careful, man. Anyway, I don't want to keep going on and on about this because I'm sure some people are like, bro, just give it a rest, But there is no denying that right now there is a lot of drama around things like DLSS 5 and there, there's always drama, man. And I guess, it felt better, in my opinion. It felt better when the drama was around like truly nonsensical stuff. By the way, Kane, I think I did miss an earlier super chat from you, bro. I'm sorry about that, man. You said all artists are afraid of this AI boom. Look at any, I think it would say like AI website. Most of the art is AI. I don't know. Is that a real term? I don't know what that is. And some are pretty good artists are cooked. And then you say here, Kane, you say, gets up, claps furiously at MBG's speech. Tears go down my face. Well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, sorry. I'm not trying to make tears roll down your face, bro. You should watch the Running Man movie. It's a lot like Our World Now. Stephen King predicted how the 2020s would be in the original 1982 book. I want to watch the Arnold version, bro. Philosophy MBG drama is effing annoying, shaking my head, but I agree with you. But it is addictive, shaking my head. I'm sorry. In conclusion, PlayStation is the best. And Xbox still sucks. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Hold on, no. Did I cover everything I wanted to cover though? I think so. I'm checking now. Can you not bite my monitor, bro? What are you doing? Boss. Holy shit. Come on, come over here. My cat just tried to bite my monitor. Stop it. Stop it. What other gaming topics would you guys like to talk about? Okay, get down. Now you're being bad. PSSR2 greater than DLSS5. I will say it was interesting seeing how it was interesting seeing how it was revealed on the same day, and pretty much everybody was positive. You know, everybody was mostly positive, I would say, either indifferent or positive towards PSSR2. And then DLSS5 was announced the same day, and God, man. MBG, I think I'm done grifting. I'm retiring. There's another way, and I think it will be utilized soon, just not today. Oh, shit. Do I want to know, Shadowlink? I don't know if I want to know. You're saying the new one is better. The Arnold movie was good, but it was a generic 80s schlock. And as an adaptation, it sucked. Interesting. Yeah, I guess at some point I will have to try to see it and determine which one I like better. MBG rumor about more layoffs at Ubisoft. Well, I mean, look, man, I'm not trying to be... I should stop prefacing stuff. I preface stuff too much. I really should stop prefacing it. I'll just let it be what it's going to be, right? I think the industry, like, obviously people are worried about the games industry. Can you stop, man? I gave you treats twice, bro. Back up, son. Like, I gave you treats twice today. He just stares at me. There's nothing going on in his head. There's nothing going on up there. Boss, I swear to God, I'm giving you like 4 more treats and you leave me alone. I'm actually going to count them out. 1, 2, 3. I'm giving you 4. That's it. Leave me alone. Leave me alone, man. I'm reinforcing the bad behavior. Boss is just being big and beautiful. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Why? All right. You're saying Ubisoft's situation is a tragedy because we can see how much potential their developers have. AC Shadows and post-update Star Wars Outlaws are actually really good games. Well, yeah. I mean, Ubisoft is a good example of severe mismanagement, I believe, and lack of vision as well, where what you're saying is true. Ubisoft has a lot of development talent. I think that they needed to execute better on much better on things like Star Wars Outlaws, because I feel like just Star Wars in general, I'm going to be honest, man, like Star Wars in general, seeing so many fumbles with that brand in recent years it's just like how do you fumble it that bad? But I don't know. Maybe Ubisoft can get to a better place, but it really, yeah, like, well, that's the thing. They had the Jedi Survivor games. So that's true. That is true. I actually but that's not Ubisoft, right? You just think, like, if Ubisoft has the opportunity, I've said this about Star Wars Outlaws. I said this. And I don't care about that game. I didn't play that game, but Clark, get out. Come on. I remember I said, all you have to do to make that game a 10 million seller easily and to get so much excitement generated around it, all you do is this: make the main character Han Solo. Do you know how much money I just made Ubisoft by saying that? By just get like it. This is what I mean, man. Where it's like you get people that are too focused on the wrong things. It's not wrong to focus on wanting to make an open world Star Wars game where you play as a smuggler and an outlaw. People love that. People have been wanting that forever, for decades. But it's like you're doing so in the Star Wars universe. And like, I'm not going into the whole woke conversation again because that is totally played out at this point. But it's just you have two options. Go the direction you went in, or just make it Han Solo and just rake in the money and make all the Star Wars fans happy. Like, there's a win-win-win situation, and then there's just a loss situation, just across the board. Which one do you want? It's stuff like that. It's hard to feel bad. It is. And I'm not saying it's every developer's fault. You know, there's a lot of developers that are doing very good work for these studios where they're contributing greatly to a game, but they don't get to make the bigger picture decisions. That's left to the producers and the executive producers and stuff like that, and the leadership. And I don't know. It just feels like so much of, and I'm just like throwing out one example, but so much of the industry being in a bad place right now, and studios being in a bad position, and publishers being in a bad position, so much of it is self-inflicted, but like totally unnecessarily. You know, where I get it sometimes, you gotta crack some eggs to make an omelet, right? Like nothing's going to be perfect, but just so much of what we've seen, it's like, really? Like you really couldn't make a better decision than this. And the unfortunate answer a lot of times is yeah, because the people who are placed in these positions of leadership are actually completely incompetent. And I don't know why or how that continues to happen, but you would want to think that by now a company like Ubisoft knows this, that like, hey man, you really need to like clean house and get new leadership and people who actually have understanding and vision and can execute on it, you know? Because if they can't do that, I don't know how Ubisoft is going to survive in the long run. They've really hit the wall, dude. It's not over. It's far from over for them. They're a very big company. I mean, they have a ton of employees. They have IP, but yeah, I will tell you, man, this generation has been a strange one to witness. You know, there's been a lot of good, certainly, but to me, the bad that we've seen this generation, even for like Sony in some instances, is it's like I just find myself genuinely flabbergasted at times where it's like, how could you mismanage this badly? Like to a point where it's like, do you actually have any idea what you're doing? Like at all? Because sometimes it feels like you don't. Daniel, you're asking me to read your last chat. Hold on. Let me hold on. I'm gonna exit out of this and exit out of that. I'm gonna come back to the chat. Okay. Daniel, let me see what your last message was. What did Red Storm Entertainment do? Rumor also says they will cease game development. Excuse me. I know I'm getting hiccups. It's very annoying. Red Storm Entertainment. Red Storm Entertainment Inc. is an American video game developer and studio of Ubisoft based in North Carolina. It looks like they worked on Tom Clancy franchises. So like The Division and Rainbow Six. Yeah, let's see. It says this is yet another blow to the video game industry once again. Ubisoft is behind this latest round of layoffs. The French publisher has decided to shut down Red Storm Entertainment's development operations. As a result, the North Carolina-based studio will now only provide support for the Snowdrop engine and maintain Ubisoft's global IT services. A total of 105 employees will be laid off as a result of this restructuring. Yeah, that's pretty bad. But again, it I don't know why, man. It just does not feel surprising, unfortunately, to hear about specifically layoffs at Ubisoft. I haven't really been following Ubisoft that closely, but every time I've seen them pop up, it just hasn't been good. Like the only excitement I've seen for Ubisoft in recent memory is the confirmation of Assassin's Creed Black Flag getting remade, which that still just feels so random to me. I don't know. I've never been a big Assassin's Creed guy. I don't know. Like that doesn't do anything for me. And to be honest, I don't know when the last time I was excited about a Ubisoft game. I don't know. There has to be something, right? Maybe like Far Cry. I mean, Far Cry is a pretty good series, but you hear like the rumors that they're going to make it a live service, and I'm like, what do you like? There's just no way, right? Like there's it's stuff like that where it's like it's difficult to feel bad for what happens next because it's like, okay, go right ahead. Like if that's what you think truly is going to be what's best for one of your top IPs and top franchises, go right ahead. It's just crazy to me, man. Yeah, and the Prince of Persia Sands of Time remake got canceled. Ubisoft needs to drop about 20,000 people or they can't ever make normal games anymore because they have such size. Every game has to be $1 billion and up. I have heard about that. Yeah, they apparently overhired, like to a degree that's unheard of. They have way too many employees, and that's kind of the bad part, right? Is it's like, well, what is the solution? The solution would be to lay off more and more and more. And I don't know. This is why this is why I'm as critical towards PlayStation as I am, honestly. Like I think sometimes people mistake my criticism towards them for being like part of the. Now I know you guys don't, but sometimes people do, where they think I'm just trying to jump onto certain bandwagons where, I mean, let's face it, when it comes to PlayStation, there's quite a few things that people, I think, blow out of proportion. But I do have like a level of concern for the way PlayStation manages their portfolio of studios and IP. Because if there's one thing that has been made clear, especially in the last 5 years, is that things can go really wrong really quickly. Like it can snowball very quickly. And it always stems from the same thing. It stems from, again, failed leadership and lack of vision. And I really do hope, and it seems like there is a good reason to have some hope here. One of the things we've seen with PlayStation this generation is how, and you guys know this, and I don't mean to like beat a dead horse here, because it's like, we're stoked for Wolverine. We're stoked for Saros. Kena Scars of Kesmora looks awesome as well. And we know Intergalactic is coming. We know the Fae game is coming. And who knows what else Sony may have up their sleeves. So we know like there's a lot of things they have locked in that they're getting right. And they absolutely deserve all the credit and praise that they get for that. But the whole thing, I believe, is by the time this generation is wrapped up, people are always going to look back at the PlayStation 5 gen and be like, that was kind of a weird one. where unfortunately a lot of the things I just listed might not be the first things that pop up in people's minds. The first things that pop up in people's minds will be things like Concord and things like The Last of Us online game getting canceled, or the whole live service push as a massive initiative that's going to completely, this is what we're doing, right? Hold on. Guys, let me know if you have any. Hold on. Let me know if you have any trouble hearing my voice and what I'm saying. I just have to lower the gain. I don't know if it's too low. So you let me know if it starts to, if you're struggling to hear me at all. I can raise it a little bit. But I guess what I'm just trying to point out here, it's a little bit, maybe I got to put it up a notch. Well, yeah, let me wait to get some feedback here. Oh, yo, Gaming Survivor is back. He says, I never broke the law. I am the law. Yo, Gaming Survivor, you're never going to believe this. Rich Rod became a mod. We're giving him a chance now. Dude, I modded Rich Rod and he just never came back. Like he was here begging to become a mod, and I'm like, fine, I gave in. He hasn't even shown up. Remod Gaming Survivor. Well, I don't know, dude. At that point, I'm gonna be oversaturated. I think Gaming Survivor likes it better not being a mod. But yeah, people were asking about you, Gaming Survivor. That's funny, dude. Um, he was always hiding in the shadows. Perhaps. Sorry, John Hipcrit. I don't know why I missed your super chat. For some reason, these two the blue super chats are like not, they're like glitched out or something. I'm sorry, man. I just saw it here in my Streamlabs. You're saying Ubisoft IP will be up for grabs in the future. Well, I mean, that's the thing. We've talked like about, oh, could Sony like pick up some of their IP? And it's like, yeah, I mean, if they ever do decide to sell some of their IP, there probably is some IP that Sony could pick up. But I would say, like, when I look at the Sony side of things, man, people want to see Sony utilize their actual own IP, like the IP that they've been neglecting for many years. And dude, I'm just hoping that Sony, from a managerial level this generation, and I'm mainly talking about Herman Hulst, not just Herman Hulst. That's unfair to say. I'm talking about like the board of Sony, the entire hierarchy that is the Sony, um, board and their corporate ladder and structure. I hope that it was like a hard lesson learned, and they don't make some of the same mistakes going forward that they did, because I really do feel like there's so much good about the PlayStation 5 generation. There's so much that has been done right, so much that I think, will look back on very positively. Things that are still yet to happen that I think have the potential to be massive. And I just can't help but feel like no matter what, no matter how good the end of this generation is, when people think about all of the PlayStation generations and they think about the PS5 and the Xbox Series X and S gen, they're always going to think about these major fumbles that Sony had that were just so goddamn easily avoidable. And that's the big thing, man. I feel like if these companies, and this doesn't just pertain to Sony, if these companies want to survive and eventually get to a place where they're thriving, right? Because that's the thing. We look at the industry, everybody's anticipating things are going to crunch some more, things are going to contract some more. And, there's this kind of like feeling like things are just getting worse. But it's like, if these companies want to survive, they just have to start listening, man. I really believe that. I really believe that so many companies can easily fix their problems by just simply asking the fans and their audience, like, what is it that you guys want? What is it that you want? Hold on. And I just, I feel like what I'm saying there, it should be so obvious, but I don't know, man. John Hipcrit, you're saying Assassin's Creed sold over 230 million. Would be a good get. You think if Sony got Assassin's Creed? Well, here's the question. If Sony got Assassin's Creed, who's going to develop it? I feel like the first instinctive answer to that is Sucker Punch, but I don't know if I would want to see that. Like I mean, the Assassin's Creed franchise is clearly very valuable. But I have to be honest, like, I don't know. I don't know if I would be. I don't know that would excite me because I just feel like, why? You know, like, like Sucker Punch. I feel like they kind of copied a little bit of the Assassin's Creed formula, but they refined it a little bit. I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting. There's people in the chat saying they would be excited for it. I don't think that would happen though. I'll tell you what. Um, if Assassin's Creed were to ever be up for sale, that would come in the form of a fire sale, in my opinion. Like that would be one of those situations where it's like Ubisoft is done, and they're selling off all their IP at a rapid pace. Because Assassin's Creed, you would imagine, would be truly one of the last things they would ever let go of. The Cult of Helix. We welcome all of you in 2027. The Cult of Helix, bro. No way. How do sales numbers benefit me? Is what one person is asking. Well, it depends. I mean, the only way I could say it would benefit you is like I'll use RE9 as the example. Sorry. Well, John Hipcrit says more sales equals more games. I mean, that's true. Well, that's what I'm talking about. If you look at RE9 and if you look at the total number of sales that, I mean, what they said 6 million, it broke a record. It's the fastest ever in the series. If you are a fan of that series, if you are somebody who cares about that series and you've engaged with it over the years, that's something that, I mean, I'm not saying you should care about it. I don't think you need to care about it, but it should be something that you feel good about because it's exactly that. You will now get more in the future. Its future, at least in the short to midterm and possibly long term, but usually the short to midterm, is secured. And it just, again, it's kind of that virtuous cycle. I think that's how Jim Ryan would say it, right? He was the one that coined that term, correct? At least when it comes to the production, video game production. Yeah, well, exactly. But because if you look at the things in this industry that have failed to sell, that have failed to market and to find an audience and to proliferate in a way that can facilitate some kind of growth. I mean, we've all seen what happens to it, right? It fades away. Some things much faster than others. But I mean, like we're talking about Ubisoft, and we're talking about their IP. We're talking about how they're suffering more layoffs. They're seemingly in more trouble. I mean, you can kind of see how if they were able to garner more sales overall across the board, not just for like one franchise or two franchises, but across the entirety of their IP, you could begin to see how they would not be in the position they're in. In fact, many of the studios and many of the development teams that are in these positions, if they were able to reach greater sales milestones, they would be able to avoid a lot of this turmoil. But, this is where the conversation gets a little bit murky because people are quick to point to the fact that it's the publishers themselves, it's the greed, it's the constant need for perpetual growth where does it end? When is enough enough? And that that's where things do get a little bit dicey, you know? It does get a little bit dicey where we begin. This is why people are so anti-corporation. This is why people really are sounding off now against many video game publishers and some of the biggest companies in the games industry, because a lot of people feel like it's like things wouldn't be as dire if, well, maybe dire is a strong word, but they wouldn't be nearly as bad as they are if these corporations were, if they just were, if they were ever satiated to any degree. Like, there's just unrealistic expectations now being placed on development teams and studios. And, it differs, publisher by publisher, of course. But there is something to it, you know? There is something to it. And so, again, to answer that, because I think that is a good question. I do genuinely think that's a good question where it's like, why should I, the player of video games, the enjoyer of video games, why should I care about sales? And to that, I say it's totally fine if you don't care at all. If you don't care if a game sells 100,000 copies or, 10 million copies, I think that's totally fine. But if the day ever comes where you're sitting there and you're like, man, I remember this game I played a decade ago. Why didn't they make another one? I wonder whatever happened to it. Chances are it didn't sell well, And I guess at that point, it's kind of up to you whether you want to decide to, if you want to go deeper into that to understand, like, why didn't it sell? What was the problem? Why wasn't there a big enough market? And that's stuff that I find very interesting. And I think a lot of people who pay attention to this, they find it interesting as well. Remember the 30% margin expectation from Xbox? It was ridiculous. Well, yeah, I don't know if that changed or not. I mean, I imagine it did a little bit now that they have a new CEO. What I don't get is, why do developers expect 60 million sales for a game that cost 2 million to make and then wash their hands of it? Do you have any examples, Mr. Veggie? I mean, I don't think you're I mean, yeah, you do kind of see that as well, where I mean, it's weird though, right? Because you look at something like Claire Obscure, which I haven't talked about in a little while. You look at the fact that that game can, have a relatively smaller budget made by an indie team, and they clearly had lower expectations, and then it just blows up. So it like proves that there can be, like, there is a way forward, is what I'm trying to say. I just think this is why what I said not that long ago, where if more, I don't want to say just developers, I don't think it's fair to just say developers, but if more developers who are in leadership positions within these studios, if they were willing to just listen, I mean, really just listen and let the market kind of guide you. Not to say that, like, you need to take in everything, right? Like, we have to let art be art. We have to let them make, to a degree, what they want to make, but there's got to be a balance. And that's why I just think so much of this is just, it's self-inflicted, you know? It's self-inflicted because the market speaks, man, at the end of the day. At the end of the day, the market speaks always. Oh, that's a good example. You're saying FF7 Rebirth was a masterpiece in my opinion, but to Square, since it didn't sell GTA numbers, it's a flop, delusional. Yeah, it's stuff like that. I think it's not good. Um I mean, you have to assume that anytime you hear these companies talk about, oh, it didn't meet expectations, you assume that that expectation is being matched against the budget. But yeah, with Square's a weird one, dude. They've always been weird. They've always come off as like, when's enough going to be enough? You know, SOCOM never sold well as a franchise. That's why it never came back. Exactly. And like, I maybe sit here foolishly, and I want to believe that that can change. That it can be different this time, and maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe it's like, no, man, they did 4 games, and I think like 1 or 2 PSP games. It it's just I don't know. I mean, dude, live service messed everything up, bro. Let's just face it. And when we're talking about this at a higher level, live service changed everything. Did you guys see? I was gonna cover this in my video today, but I didn't get the chance to do so. Um, Players who made in-game purchases for Highguard are being fully refunded, which took everyone by surprise because the PlayStation Store is notorious for denying refunds. So the PlayStation Store is issuing refunds for every microtransaction, uh, which is good. I mean, you know, that's cool to see that. But man, Highguard, Highguard, like, when is it going to stop? It was a banger. Well, dude, we have to ask, when is it going to stop? Like, I don't know, man. I have a I don't want to sound like one of these people where it's like, I hate live service games and live service games are the problem with everything. I don't think that's true, but I do think that live service games messed with the minds of every video game executive and every video game company. That's the problem with live service games, is there were just too many. There still are, even right now. There are too many video game companies that don't realize, like, your ambition is misguided, and it's going to end very badly. And that, I think, is where you could make an argument that seeing something like Concord and then seeing something like Highguard and seeing these live service games fail, it is, and even seeing like something like Call of Duty Black Ops 7 really kind of fall off, right? People didn't buy it. They bought Battlefield 6 instead. Hold on one sec. All right, sorry. Sorry, I just was hearing all this stuff. Um, there's a lot going on above me, and I was just very confused for a second. All right, what was I saying? Hold on, I gotta go back to my I gotta go back to my stream. Hold on one sec. There we go. All right. All right. So I was talking about live service. I'm sorry. I'm just getting very distracted today. How could they not mess with them? The select few make so much money that they all want the golden goose. And that's the thing. Like, any I don't blame any video game company. Gaming Striver heading out, man. Well, I appreciate you stopping by, dude. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be wrapping this up very soon. Because I've expended my topics for the day. But I don't blame any company for feeling like we have to try, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but I think there was just, across so many publishers, in like, just an overinvestment where it's like, you got to maybe take a more relaxed and more strategic approach to it, because I get it, like, they all see the dollar signs in their eyes. You know, they see things like Fortnite, and they just think to themselves like, man, I could do that. We could do that. That could be us. Why can't it be? And it's like, well, actually, there's a lot of reasons it can't be, and you're gonna find those. You're gonna find out in real time. But all right, hold on. All right, I'm gonna open. So, guys, we'll do like a last call here. I think we'll stream for like another 5 or 10 minutes. But but I kind of want to open it up. Are there any particular topics you guys would like to talk about for the last 5 or 10 minutes? And also, I'm gonna try to stream tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'll be able to though. I will let you know ahead of time if I do stream tomorrow. It's going to be at a later time than normal. Jeez, sorry. I don't know why that was so squeaky. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to. It's because I'm trying to cut myself off here because I don't want to just go on and on about life. Like I feel like I've. Well, I mean, what more can be said? I'm sure we will have. No, I don't even have Crimson Desert yet, man. What am I playing currently? Well, I was saying earlier that I'm gonna give Ghost of Yotei Legends. I'm gonna try to get into that. I've been wanting to play that. I haven't had the time to sit down and properly play it. I'm gonna give that a go, and I'm gonna think about Crimson Desert. I'm leaning towards no right now for Crimson Desert. I might try. I don't know. There's like a part of me that's like, I think I want to try Marathon, but then I'm like, nah, dude. I'm I don't know. If Ghost of Yotei Legends doesn't satiate me, then I don't know. I don't know. Like I can already tell. I'm like, yeah, I want to play Crimson Desert because there's nothing else coming out right now. I do have games on my backlog that I could kind of look through, but I don't know. I'm in a weird spot right now. But there's also I'm in this problematic position because I don't even know if I'm see the biggest problem with me deciding I'm going to play Crimson Desert right now is that I know for a fact I don't have the time. Like I know that it's like, dude, you will get some play sessions in, but will you think you're going to put 100 hours in this game in the next 3 weeks? Not happening. Um, MBG, you said you were going to buy Crimson Desert, bro. Why backtrack it? Well, it's just honestly, it's just because I don't know that I don't know that I'm going to enjoy it, man. Like I always talked about Crimson Desert as I'm kind of maybe not. You're right. I think at one point I did say I was going to play it, but I don't know. My intuition is telling me it's not going to be my type of game. That's what my intuition is honestly telling me. And it is a $70 game, and it's not the price of it that's bothering me at all. It's just I just don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. I have this problem where I don't like starting things and not finishing them. That's a big problem with this as well. Where like if I go into it, I could maybe even tell myself like, oh, there's 35 trophies. Okay, well I could just like play through the game and get all the trophies and it'll feel satisfying. But it's like, well, yeah, but like, what about everything else? What about? It reminds me of like I don't know. It just reminds me of one of these games where like even if you do get the platinum, even if you do put 100 hours into it, like there's still so much you haven't experienced. And I'm like, I don't even know if I want to start that. Like, I don't know if I want to take that on. That feels, it's kind of like, I'm going to be honest, man. It feels similar to like a live service game. And I know that sounds crazy, but hear me out. Hear me out. What I mean by that is like, it's like when people say, like, give this live service game a try. I'm like, how long has this live service game been out? It's like 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. I'm like, I'm good. Like, it feels so intimidating where it's like, how much content is there and how much am I going to have to learn? Like, is this going to take like a month for me to actually feel like I know what I'm doing? And I get that feeling with Crimson Desert where I'm like, it's not a live service game, but that's the thing. It's coming. It it's based off of an MMO, and it's just like that. It's like try getting into an MMO that's been established for many years. You're gonna have a hard time. Like you can, and it can be fun, but it's gonna take time. It's a massive learning curve, and that's what it feels like, man. It feels like they're taking that, putting it in a single player package, and I'm like, I know it's finite. Like I know there is a finite amount of things to do, but man, it sure doesn't feel like it. Alvin with a $2 chat says, "Don't be Digital Foundry. Don't cave to peer pressure." LOL. I'm gonna cave. I'm gonna cave, man. Um, John Hypocrite says, "No hand holding equals not an MBG game." Exactly. Where's my yellow paint? Where, even Resident Evil had yellow paint, bro. Come on. Yo, can I tell you for a second though? Can I tell you, talking about Resident Evil 9, how slight spoilers, I guess, but not really. Everybody should know by now that, like, yeah, well, it's in the trailers. You go back to Raccoon City. Can I tell you how, like, when you go, when you first go back to Raccoon City as Leon, I was getting stressed a little bit because I'm like, oh man, it's getting like when you open up the map and it shows you like the whole city. I'm like, oh my god, they like this whole city is open world. Like they made it open world, and you realize it's actually not really open world, right? Like there's some areas that are a little bit open and a little bit more explorable, but I realized in my third and fourth playthrough that, like, okay, this is actually much more self-contained than I realized, and I appreciated that because I was a little bit nervous, like if they were going to try to make all of Raccoon. I mean, that would be sick. I kind of would be on board with that. Where I'm like, yeah, but it would have felt a little too jarring. Where it's like, you know, uh, the first half of the game you're playing as Grace, it's linear, and then just boom, you know. But so I guess what I'm trying to say is I think they walk that line really well, where the Raccoon City sections do feel much more open, but they don't feel overwhelmingly open. And I appreciate that. I don't know. As I get older, I get easily overwhelmed by certain games, man. Like, don't make me do stuff. Um. All right. How will you? Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing, John Hypocrite. It's a good question. How will I play GTA 6? It's open world. I don't mind open world games. It's just I got to know what I'm getting into. With GTA 6, I know what I'm getting into, and that's why when GTA 6 comes out, it's like nothing. I'm like taking 2 to 3 months or something like that. I don't know. Like I'm setting aside a large chunk of time where like literally nothing. I don't say nothing in my life matters. That's not true. Games wise, nothing else matters. Like my only priority, so like Wolverine comes out September 15th. That's more than enough time for me to finish Wolverine and platinum it. My goal is to try to make sure I get Wolverine done, Phantom Blade Zero. Oh my God, Forza Horizon 6 is coming out. Fuck me. See, don't you're stressing me out. You see what you're doing? You're stressing me out, bro. I would love to stream GTA 6. Dude, guys, listen to me. Listen to me. I pulled out my capture card yesterday. I've been trying to figure out why I can't stream. Like I can't use my capture card with Streamlabs anymore. I've done everything. I've troubleshooted every possible thing I could. The capture card works. I use a Windows 11 PC. My PC registers it. It says it's there. The blue light is on, telling me it's up and running. It's working. And then when I go onto Streamlabs to add the capture card as a source, it just will not appear. It will not show up. And I've expended everything, and I don't know what to do because it's like, okay, well, I have a second capture card, an older one that's really not good. Ow. I have a second capture card, and I pulled that one out, and I wanted to see like would that one work, and it gave me the exact same problem. My PC registers it, it's up and running fine. I cannot input it as a source on Streamlabs, so I legitimately like don't know what to do. Where I'm like, do I need a new PC? Like, surely not. I mean, I have like an older laptop that I I don't know. I don't know that it's like that cannot be. That just cannot be. It's like you need a new PC just to use a capture card. That cannot be. Um, you know what? Actually, I will admit there is one thing I haven't tried yet, and I just thought of this. I have not uninstalled Streamlabs and reinstalled it. Oh, that's such an annoying fucking process though, man. But I mean, maybe that's what I got to do to fix it. Maybe that's the final thing. That's the only stone I haven't overturned. The capture card is only, I'd say, 2 years old. It's not that old. It's not like 8 years old or something like that. I checked to see like, do I need any drivers? And the capture card I'm using, it doesn't need drivers. So I don't know, man. It's maybe I could try on installing Streamlabs. That's going to be a pain, but yeah, like because I thought about like maybe I should stream Resident Evil, but then I'm like, well, I could always stream from my PlayStation 5, but there's a couple problems there. I don't have a camera, and also, you know, it's just unideal. Like my mic quality will be shitty. It's just not. I, I mean it's I thought about streaming right from my PS5 because it is convenient. Like right now I have my PS5 set up under my entertainment center, and I could just sit back and it feels more like whatever. Like I don't have to be on my PC. I don't have to monitor my stream or whatever. It could just be more chill. So I've thought about it. But I'll tell you what, man, like I'll do what I gotta do. Um when GTA 6 comes out, it would be in my best interest. Oh boy, would it be in my channel's best interest to stream some GTA 6 gameplay. If I still can't if I can't figure this shit out and it's like, okay, I have a capture card and I just can't use it, then I will just stream from the PlayStation. I'll fuck it, we'll do it live. I don't care. I'll do it. Um but yeah, I wouldn't have a camera. How much are the PlayStation cameras? I remember the PS camera. Bro, why is it $70? Why is it $70, bro? Are you kidding me? $90? Okay, but do you have to use the PlayStation camera? Can you use any webcam on the PS5 for streaming? Actually, now I'm curious. No, you cannot just use any USB webcam. The console only supports official Sony cameras. Are you fucking kidding me? Um, okay. PlayStation's the best. That's crazy. Every streamer on the planet will be streaming it. It'll be oversaturated. Dude, yeah, it will be. You're right. You're right about that. Like, and that is a problem. Where like that's one of the biggest reasons I don't even bother trying to even think about streaming new games when they come out, because it's just I don't know. Streaming gameplay is hard because you have to be known for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll put it to you this way: gameplay streamers that's pretty much all they do. They probably would struggle to do like streams like this to a degree, or like just more discussion based streams. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I'm not talking about like really big streamers. I mean, the big streamers can do whatever the fuck they want. They'll always have a massive audience. But it usually is like you kind of have to pick one lane or the other. Um, but I've never let that stop me from streaming games that I wanted to stream. We did. I think the last gameplay streams we did was like Metal Gear. We were doing like Metal Gear multiplayer, which was just garbage. I had fun though. But yeah, I mean, I think about that, and I think about like, would it even be worth trying to stream GTA 6 gameplay, man? Would it even be worth it? Gameplay streamers have to be committed. Yeah, that's true too. Like you usually have to make sure you finish the game. I could never do that, man. Like I thought about that. I was like, do I want to convert to just like a gameplay streamer? And I'm like, I could never. Like to me, that would ruin video games for me. Where it's just like I would never be able to get comfortable with that. I would feel like I got to play the game twice. Once live. It would feel too business oriented, if that makes sense. and I never want to turn video games into that, like, to that degree. I know a lot of people don't feel that way, and that's cool. Like, I wish I could just play games on stream and not feel uncomfortable at all, but I just can't help. It's like I know I'm being watched. Like, they're watching me, bro, you know? Let me see here. Mr. Veggie, you're saying check out my last chat if you can. Let me see. On MBG, I bought a gaming laptop in 2021, but it made me feel like going Office Space printer scene on it in less than a month after I bought it. Think of all the ladies I could have been with that money. I don't know. For some reason, it held your comment. That's why I didn't see it. I want to go Office Space printer scene on it. Damn, dude. That's how I feel about reviewers. They rush games. Yeah, dude, that's another reason. I'll tell you right now, man. Like, another reason why because people ask me, like, why don't you review games? And I'm gonna be honest, man. Like, it's because it just doesn't work on my channel. You know, I've tried. And there were times where it worked temporarily, but it never worked as like I never really rose up as like a video game reviewer. Um and these days, you know, maybe I give up too quickly, but like I'll be honest, man, like the last couple times I've tried to put like reviews out for a game, like dude, I put a review of Clair Obscur out and I had that game early. Like I did it the right way. You know, I put out a 20-minute review and it was released the day before the game came out and it I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's like it got like 10,000 views. It's like, oh, I mean, I'm not trying to sound ungrateful for that. That's a lot of my videos get that. But I'm saying it that was like that was being early. You know do you get what I'm saying? Like it wasn't like I released it the day of or a week later. It was literally being early and you know being one of the first people, one of the few and first people to be able to review a game. And I put a lot of work into it, a lot of effort into it, and you know it just felt like kind of crushing. Where I'm like, yeah, I don't know that I want to do this. Like I don't know like because I will say like I did have to make sure like bro, you gotta finish this game. And I won't lie, like would I have taken longer to have completed the game if that kind of like, well, this is when you need to get your review out? Yeah. And I realized like I did not like that. I'm like, I just don't want to play games like that. To me, that sucks. You know, like that sucks the fun out of, you know, it's not natural. You know, I don't know. I don't like the idea of like while I'm sitting there playing a game, there's a date in my mind. And it's just you know, the clock is ticking. And I'm like, I'm not saying it affects every reviewer the same way, but no matter what, that exists. And you know why that exists? It's the imperative. It's the incentive. Like you have to get your shit out there. That's the whole point. You are you are making money off of this. You are making a living doing this. So you got to make sure you hit that deadline. I'm like that no thanks, man. Like that feels I do feel like yeah, I'd rather have like, you know, a Resident Evil discussion stream uh you know, almost like a month after the game comes out or something, or like 3 weeks after the game comes out, and just talk about it real chill. I would much rather that because I could get so like I really could get so many review codes if I wanted to, and I get offered so many all the time, and I'm like I'm just not in it for that. I'm not interested in that aspect of content creation. Um, and I guess it's in the name of like I just want to preserve my own personal experience of playing video games. I want it to be what it always has been. You know, I don't want it to change. what playing video games has always been for me is just it's a personal experience. It's like I'm not trying to put it on display per se, you know. And again, I'm not counting like the few times I purposely stream gameplay just for the sake of it. I'm talking about just like it's why you haven't seen me streaming Resident Evil. It's because anytime I play that game, like I just want to sit down and play it and just enjoy it on my own time, you know, and let it just be what it should be on its own. Um and I've always had this fear of like if I try to interfere with that, it will inherently change the way I play games. You know what I mean? Like suddenly the way I play games on my PlayStation 5 at age 32 is completely different than the way I played games, you know, on my PS2 at age 10. And that to me is like, you know, like that I don't think that should change, you know? That's just my feelings on it though, but could the PS6 bundle handheld. So MVP Monsters, I think what you're asking here is like when they sell the PlayStation 6 handheld, will it be sold with a dock or will the dock be sold separately? I think they'll have two SKUs. I think you can have one where you buy it without the dock and it'll be cheaper, and you can buy one with the dock and it'll be more expensive. And I think Sony will treat it like they treat the consoles, where it's like you can buy it with or without the disc drive. One's cheaper than the other. ABG, why not just take the codes, then call everything shit like Dreamcast guy, rage bait for those lovely, lovely clicks? I mean, I don't follow Dreamcast guy. I don't know what he does, but it's honestly it's because it's just like I do feel that me preserving the way I engage with it, you know, the way I engage with the games, I feel like that's what allows me to continue to connect with the audience that I have and a lot of people that end up finding my channel because I think they're like what I can say to them is we're doing it exactly the same. And I appreciate that more than it's not even an appreciation. There is an appreciation, but it's more like to me that just feels better than like guys, you have to listen to my impressions. And I know you're looking to me to make a decision. And like I'm like I'm not interested in that, you know? And I learned that with Claire Obscure more than anything, where I'm like, I knew it, and that was crazy. Like that was awesome. It was an awesome experience in the sense that I did know. I'm like, dude, I think this is a game of the year. What? Like I was in disbelief and I couldn't talk about it. And I was excited to talk about it, but I realized like yeah, everybody and their mother's now talking about it, you know? And it's like, all right, well, it would have been fine if I was late to the game, you know? It would have been fine. Well, no, they don't let me do that, Wolverine. Yeah, they don't let you take codes and give them. Oh, at least not for me. I mean, maybe if I requested it or something. MBG in Windows settings, privacy and security, camera, make sure it's on. Let me see. Privacy and security. Uh yeah, that's on. Yeah, it's turned on. I mean, obviously it's turned on. I'm just checking to see if there's any other. Yeah, camera device settings, connected cameras. Is this is that working for you guys? Is that zooming me in? Yeah, wait, that I just I wow, I can mess with this stuff in real time. pan. What else can I mess with? I don't think there's much else I can mess with here. I'm just in basic settings. Sharpness. Yeah, wait. Do I want to mess with sharpness? Okay, that actually isn't doing much. What about saturation? Okay. All right. Yeah, there's not a whole lot I can do here. Tilt. Okay, that doesn't seem to be doing anything. Video rotation. Rotate 90 degrees. Okay, it's like I don't know if it's if anything's happening. No rotation. All right, I'm getting out of here. Hold on. I want to do this one more time. Though. I want to see it's like PlayStation is the best. Somebody just tuning in is like, what the hell is going on, dude? All right. Try applying DLSS 5. I can see your pores, MBG. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I just did that to you guys. You know what? Come to think of it, that was a mistake. Yeah, you didn't have to see that. You didn't have to see that. I don't know why I showed you that. All right. I said I was gonna wrap the stream up, but I don't know. We're just chilling right now. Not like in any rush, I guess. GameStop said PS3's retro. Did you drop a super chat? MVP Moss, I did read your super chat. You were asking about the PlayStation 6 handheld, if it's going to be bundled or not with the dock. And I said I think they're going to do 2 separate SKUs. That's what I think anyway. Let me go check on Twitter. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this will be a good place to wrap it up because I'm totally expended now. At this point, I'm just kind of dragging it out. All right, guys. Well, I think that'll do it. I think that'll do it for today's stream. We did hit the 4-hour mark. Guys, before I head out, right? You know what? You want me to check the Mighty Keith video? I'll check it out real quick. I'll make that the last thing I do. I did say I would check that out. Hold on. Do I expect Sony to paywall the dock? Every handheld can dock without one, obviously, apart from the Switch. Well, yeah, actually, when you put it that way, that would be pretty bad. Hopefully they don't. But, I mean, they charged me for a stand, bro. They charged me for a stand. All right, Mighty Keith. All right, hold on. Let me bring this up. There's no sound? How the hell is okay, sorry. My bad. I don't know why that was needed. All right, let's try again.
Graphics on this game look great. I love the art direction. I love the uniqueness. I love the identity. The graphics look great, but do you know what would make it better? No. What? Some AI slop. Wait, what? No, I don't want that at all. See, with the new DLSS 5, you can turn off creativity and original art direction and turn on slopperoni and cheese. What the? This looks awful. I don't want this. Don't care. Didn't ask. Plus, you're ugly. You see, this AI-powered breakthrough in visual fidelity will get rid of those silly, unique art directions and make a homogenized mess of things. We already got Unreal Engine 5 for that. This don't even look like a game anymore, bro. It looked like one of those fake AI ads with lonely housewives looking for eggplant emoji. Brother, how you know about that? Don't worry about it. Who is this? It doesn't even look like the characters anymore. This doesn't even look like Grace. This mess is ungraceful. Is that supposed to be Leon? Bro, what the? You done took the white boy out of the white boy. He looks Hispanic now. This ain't Leon, bro. This is Leon. How White Boy Summer get canceled already, bro? It ain't even summer yet. This looks like a fake ad for Doctor Who. Who said this mess was okay? See, this is why RAM costs so much, bro. Damn. You gotta sacrifice 3 family members for a Snapchat filter. That's why it costs a house down payment just to get some RAM. What do you need a house for? Just apply this TikTok filter onto your house in Skyrim. Stop looking at the calendar on your phone, buddy. This.
Yo, I do want to say though, yeah, dude, really, everybody's saying this is why the price is going up for like RAM and shit. I don't know, man. Is it? Is this part of it now? Damn.
This is not an April Fool's joke. How are y'all this out of touch, man? Nobody wants this. I'm out of touch. You're out of touch. Brother, you don't even understand this business. As long as I produce slop, there's gonna be somebody to slop it up. Nobody wants this, bro. I'm tired of y'all pushing this technology in areas of gaming that we not asking for. Why can't you just leave the art part alone, bro? I'm sure there's ways you can use AI to help gaming, but why you gotta touch the art part? Resident Evil looks fine without this. Hogwarts Legacy looks fine without this. Starfield. What the hell? Starfield needs.
Bro, he fucking couldn't say it about Starfield. That's bad, dude. That's bad. You know, I gotta say, it is interesting. I didn't think I would think this much about a Mighty Keep video, but he says these games look fine without it. And I'm like, that's true too. That is true too. They do. They do.
Little help, but it don't need this, all right? At least Starfield got some identity. This strips all that away. Now none of it has identity. It all looks the same with this crap on. Just a bunch of plastic mess. It looks like an ad for a fake game that's used to take people's money. How you know about that? Don't worry about it. You out of touch, bro. I'm sorry. Nobody wants this. I'm just glad it's a toggle that we can turn on or off, and I'm leaving it off. Yes, DLSS 5 is absolutely an option that you can turn off or on. For now. What?
Or that's just crazy.
I mean, dude, that ending though. I think that, yeah. Will it just remain a toggle? That's good. Yeah, Mighty Keeps, he's good, man. He's good at making these videos. And I feel like this one was less funny, but just more like sad reality overall to a degree. But yeah, I don't know, man. The DLSS thing, we will see. We will see. But guys, that is going to do it for today's stream. It was a long one, over 4 hours. Ray, what's this you're sending me? Do I want to know?
They are not Starfield or Indiana Jones.
Bro, ain't no way.
So, like, why now? Was it technical limitations? Is there anything you could share on the business side that may have been a hurdle to get to a PS5 port? Granted that, you know, Bethesda is under the Xbox banner.
Sure.
So, is there anything you could share in terms of how you finally got to a PS5 port after all this time?
Well, I think after the game came out, it was obviously a question. It was a question in the audience. It was a question for us. We've always wanted to do it. I would say that we have a great relationship with PlayStation. You know, we've been there for a long time with our games. So I think with this one, we knew it would be a matter of time. We've been working on it for a while.
Hey, just a quick reminder, everybody. Starfield's an Xbox exclusive.
A groundbreaking game. And yes,
Dude, that I feel like, dude, I don't have anything against Destin. I feel like that was like way too savage towards Destin for like no reason, bro. It's just that timing. That fucking timing was so funny, dude. Oh my god. Oh man. Oh god. Yo, by the way, that 2-minute clip of Resident Evil you're talking about, I watched that. Yeah, that shit was funny.
it's exclusive.
This is Colt Eastwood. Welcome back to the channel. Bethesda is finally ready to release the full version of Starfield to the masses.
Like Nicola, you knew from the very beginning this was going to be a fool's errand and you still ran with it anyways. My boy, if you want to play Starfield, get yourself a PC and don't get a goddamn gaming laptop, because I swear to God, you better use my Starforge code in the description down below. And on top of that, or just get yourself an Xbox. But here we go with
some things that they could do that could possibly improve the Xbox experience would be, just off the top of my head, I do think that they could make some games exclusive. If PlayStation isn't going to be releasing any of their exclusives on other platforms, but if Sony's going to play that game, why shouldn't Xbox? That is right. Starfield is finally coming out on the PlayStation 5. Phil Spencer said there were no more red lines, and now we know that is the truth because Starfield has been added to the list of games coming over to PlayStation.
Before we sign off, we've got one final announcement. When Free Lanes and Terran Armada launch on April 7th, Starfield will officially arrive.
Damn. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. It is funny because it's like here's the thing. Like I remember, dude. I remember. I'm not holding on to it per se. Like I've let it go. It is what it is, but I don't know. This is why I do think that there is just a level of hypocrisy that will always exist across the board with everybody, you know? But I just think all that's important is at the end of the day, like, people just have to be, I think, okay to admit, you know, for the most part, that one of two things. You either you're for exclusives and you're okay with that, or you're against exclusives and you're okay with that. And then you have the third person. The third person's going to say, I'm against exclusives and I'm going to tell you why everybody should be that way. I don't know, man. Starfield on dude, I you know what's crazy? It's like, dude, I don't even care at all. I don't know. It's weird. Like the whole Xbox bringing their games to PlayStation thing. I just don't really feel anything for it anymore. It's like I do just view them as a publisher now. I do. And I don't know. That's why, I guess that's why I feel so weird. Not weird, but like I get mixed signals with the whole Helix thing. Where it's like, wait a second. Oh yeah. Like it just doesn't matter at all. Like it doesn't matter at all. But anyway, Ray, thank you for sharing that with me. I appreciate that, man. But yeah, guys, that's gonna wrap it up. Let me bring this back. Thank you all for tuning in to the stream today. It was a very long one. Did a little bit of video reaction as well. I want to make sure to extend a big thank you to everybody who supported the channel. You know, as I will continue to say, as long as it's true, I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible. I'm completely fan funded. If you enjoy the streams, if you enjoy the videos, or if you enjoy any of the content at all, you know, make sure when you get the chance, when you see people supporting, give them a thank you as well, because they are the ones that allow this to continue to be a thing. And I'm very grateful for that. I try not to ever take advantage of it. So we hit 105 members today, guys. That's amazing. Thank you all so much. I was just hoping we'd hit 25, let alone, getting to over 100. So big shout out to the community. Thank you for everybody who dropped super chats. Those of you who drop super chats, it helps just as much, and direct donations as well. Sorry, I don't want to be too long-winded, but just want to express my gratitude. And I also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the streams. If you guys see Devil Shooter in the comments with those timestamps, give him some thanks and show him some love. And yeah, the only other thing I'm going to ask you to do is to please hit that like button as you're heading out. And I did put a video out there earlier, a news video, if you want to check that out. And when it comes to streaming tomorrow, just be on the lookout. If I do stream tomorrow, it will be later on. It will be like an afternoon or evening stream, but there's also a good chance I might not be able to stream. There's a lot of stuff going on right now, all right? So just have notifications turned on. And Chris Brown drops a $2 super chat just because. Well, Chris, thank you for that, man. I do appreciate it. All right, guys, enjoy the rest of your evening. Enjoy the rest of your night. I will catch you all in the next one. So until then, take care, everyone.